Welcome back, fellow seekers of the shadows. You've tuned into Stories of Crime, the place where the veil between the mundane and the monstrous is brutally ripped away. Tonight, we aren't just reading a report. We are opening a file, marked top priority, tucked away in the darkest corner of the archives. We're going to step across that chalk line and peer into the void, where human nature meets its most terrifying extremes. In this hour, the street lights flicker, the shadows deepen, and the truth is often far more chilling than any fiction you could invent. Forget the heroes. Tonight, we focus on the villains. On the motives that curdle the blood, and the consequences that echo forever. So, dim the lights. Lock your doors. Take a deep, steadying breath, because once the story begins, there's no turning back. This is Stories of Crime. And the case we're unfolding tonight is The Wisdom of Father Brown. Look, the unassuming detective. Welcome, dear listener, to a journey into the remarkable mind of G.K. Chesterton, and an exploration of one of his most beloved creations. We're about to delve into a world where crime is not merely a puzzle to be solved with logic and forensics, but a profound mirror reflecting the complex, often contradictory, depths of the human soul. Our focus today is on understanding the very essence of what makes Father Brown a truly unique and captivating figure, a character who, despite his outwardly humble appearance, possesses an unparalleled insight into the darkness that can lurk within the most seemingly ordinary of us. We are setting the stage, hooking your imagination, by introducing our unassuming detective not as a traditional sleuth, armed with magnifying glass and deductive prowess, but as a quiet observer, a silent listener to the whispers of the human heart, capable of discerning the spiritual wounds that often precede the most heinous of acts. Now, when we think of a detective, what image springs to mind? Is it the towering intellect of Sherlock Holmes, with his eagle eye for detail and his formidable logical leaps? Perhaps the fastidious order of Hercule Poirot, who finds chaos unbearable and seeks to restore balance with his little gray cells? Or the shrewd, kindly gaze of Miss Marple, who understands human nature so intimately that a village gossip can unravel the most intricate murder plot? These are all brilliant, iconic figures, each with their own distinct methodology, their own signature approach to the labyrinth of crime. But Father Brown, Father Brown is different. He doesn't carry a magnifying glass, he carries a crucifix. His laboratory isn't filled with chemicals and dusty tomes, but with the quiet solemnity of the confessional box. His brilliance doesn't stem from an encyclopedic knowledge of obscure facts or the latest scientific advancements, but from an profound, almost unsettling, familiarity with sin itself. He is a priest, you see, a man whose daily life involves confronting the moral ambiguities and spiritual struggles of his flock. He hears confessions, he administers last rites, he offers counsel to the troubled and the tempted. This constant engagement with the inner lives of people, with their battles against pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust, equips him with a peculiar, almost mystical, understanding of human motivation. He doesn't deduce, he comprehends. He doesn't merely solve the puzzle of whodunit, he delves into the agonizing why did they do it? This is the core of his appeal, the quiet power that makes him so utterly compelling. He sees the crime not just as an event, a broken law, but as a symptom, a manifestation of a deeper spiritual ailment. What if, dear listener, the greatest detective wasn't the one who found the smoking gun, but the one who understood the darkness in the heart that pulled the trigger? Could true justice be found not merely in retribution, but in profound comprehension of the human condition, with all its fallen glory and its desperate struggles? That is the unique invitation Father Brown extends to us. He invites us to look beyond the surface, to peer into the very soul of humanity, and to find wisdom in the quiet observation of its deepest secrets. Now, let's allow for a moment of quiet contemplation, a dramatic pause, if you will, to truly let the air hang heavy with anticipation. Because the truth, as Chesterton so masterfully reveals through Father Brown, is often far more unsettling than any fiction. The most profound evil, you see, frequently blossoms not in the obvious shadows of overt villainy, nor in the loud proclamations of hardened criminals, but rather, it flourishes precisely in the sunlit gardens of presumed innocence. It emerges from the quiet corners of lives that appear utterly blameless, from individuals we might casually dismiss as too gentle, too pious, or simply too ordinary to harbor anything genuinely sinister. This, my friends, is the grand paradox that Chesterton lays before us, challenging our comfortable. This paradoxical approach invites us to remain open to the full, often shocking, spectrum of human possibility. Now, let's turn our attention to another powerful narrative device that Chesterton employs with exquisite skill, a contrast that forms the very backbone of the Father Brown mysteries, the stark, almost theatrical, opposition between the grand criminals he pursues and the humble priest himself. Imagine the archetypal grand criminal. They are often figures of immense intellect, charm, and sophistication. They operate on a grand stage, their crimes intricate, audacious, and sometimes, even psychologically brilliant. Think of a master thief who plans a heist with the precision of a Swiss watchmaker, or a brilliant blackmailer who wields secrets like deadly weapons, or a flamboyant murderer who stages their crimes with artistic flair, leaving cryptic clues designed to taunt the authorities. These are individuals who often project an aura of power, intelligence, and even a certain terrifying charisma. Chesterton's villains, in particular, are frequently intellectuals, artists, or highly respected figures in society, men and women who believe themselves to be above the common herd, whose cleverness is their shield and their sword. Their crimes are not born of mere impulse, but often of a deeply reasoned, albeit morally twisted, philosophy, or an overwhelming sense of pride. They command a certain awe, even if it's a fearful one, making their capture seem almost impossible. And then, standing in stark contrast to this dazzling, often terrifying, brilliance, we have Father Brown. Visually, he is almost comically unimpressive. Chesterton famously describes him as a short, stout Catholic priest, with a round face and rather watery blue eyes, looking as if he had just come out of a bandbox. He is often depicted as being a little clumsy, a little forgetful, outwardly unremarkable, easily overlooked, almost forgettable in a crowd. He wears simple, often ill-fitting, clothes and carries an old, battered umbrella. There is no aura of gravitas or physical prowess about him, no dramatic pronouncements, no theatrical flourishes. He is the very antithesis of the dashing, debonair detective. His power, however, does not stem from outward show, but from an inner wellspring of wisdom and a profound understanding of the human soul. He doesn't engage in a battle of wits in the conventional sense, but a battle of understanding. The criminal uses intellect and deception to obscure truth, while Father Brown uses his spiritual insight and empathetic knowledge to reveal it, to peel back the layers of falsehood and expose the vulnerable, flawed humanity beneath. To illustrate this, let's paint a storytelling picture. Picture a sprawling, international conspiracy, perhaps involving the theft of an ancient, priceless artifact from a meticulously guarded museum, a crime so intricately planned that it seems to defy all possibility of detection. The mastermind behind it is a figure of immense intellect and social standing, a renowned historian with an impeccable reputation, an eccentric millionaire with an insatiable appetite for unique treasures, or a brilliant, enigmatic artist whose philosophical pronouncements about art and ownership have captivated the intellectual world. Their plan is so elaborate, so cunning, so perfectly executed, that it appears absolutely foolproof. They revel in their cleverness, perhaps leaving subtle, mocking clues that only serve to highlight their superior intellect. Against this backdrop of grandiosity and audacious brilliance, imagine the intervention of a simple, seemingly out-of-place individual. Perhaps it's not even an official detective, but a humble librarian who, in the course of cataloging an old manuscript, notices a peculiar, almost imperceptible detail that no one else would have connected to the crime. Or a quiet cleaner, whose daily routine allows them to observe an unusual habit or a momentary lapse in an otherwise perfect facade. Or, indeed, our very own Father Brown-esque character, whose The stage is set, dear listener, for an adventure where the greatest mysteries are solved not by brilliant deduction, but by profound comprehension. Let us now turn the page, and embark on our first case with the wisdom of Father Brown. Introduction: Stepping into the mind of Father Brown. Welcome, dear listener, to a journey unlike any other you've embarked upon. For the next 282 minutes, we are not merely going to chase shadows or piece together cold, inanimate clues. No, our adventure will delve much deeper, into the very labyrinth of the human heart and mind. We are stepping, quite deliberately and with immense curiosity, into the extraordinary world of Father Brown, a humble priest whose profound wisdom peels back the layers of deceit and despair to reveal the truth, not just of a crime, but of the human condition itself. This isn't a collection of mere whodunits, it's a profound exploration of why we do what we do, and how our inner lives shape the external realities we create, sometimes with devastating consequences. Think of it not as a forensic examination of a crime scene, but as an intimate confession booth for the soul, where the deepest secrets and the most convoluted motives are gently, yet incisively, brought into the light. Our time together will be spent unwrapping the intricate layers of human experience, examining the subtle interplay of temptation, faith, desperation, and unexpected virtue that underpins every single one of Father Brown's enigmatic cases. We will traverse the spectrum of human emotion, from the darkest corners of avarice and envy to the fleeting glimmers of repentance and redemption. It's a compelling testament to the fact that the most enduring mysteries are seldom found in the physical realm of fingerprints and alibis, but rather in the intricate, often contradictory, workings of the human spirit. Prepare to spend these minutes not just listening to stories, but truly understanding humanity in its rawest form. From the very first word, my aim is to cultivate a warm, engaging, and professional narrative voice that feels less like a performance and more like a shared conversation between trusted companions. Imagine we are sitting together in a comfortable, sun-dappled library, perhaps with the gentle aroma of aged paper and brewing tea wafting through the air, ready to discuss something truly fascinating. My role here is not just to read these stories to you, but to guide you through their subtle complexities, to highlight the profound insights that often hide beneath the surface of what might initially appear to be a simple tale of crime and detection. I want you to feel an immediate connection, a sense of ease and receptiveness, as if we are embarking on this intellectual and emotional voyage side by side. Consider, for a moment, the captivating power of a master storyteller weaving a narrative around a crackling campfire on a cool evening. The best storytellers don't just recite facts or plot points, they build a bridge between their words and your imagination, inviting you into the world they are creating. They use pauses, inflections, and a carefully chosen cadence to paint vivid pictures in your mind, making you feel the chill of the forest, the warmth of the fire, the tension of the unfolding drama. There's a particular kind of voice that doesn't just convey information, but also emotion, wisdom, and a profound understanding of the human heart. It's a voice that respects your intelligence, yet also offers comfort and clarity. This isn't about dramatic flair, it's about genuine connection and shared discovery. It's the difference between hearing a lecture and engaging in a truly enriching dialogue. Psychologically, this warm, conversational tone matters immensely because it directly impacts your receptivity and cognitive processing. When a narrator adopts an open and approachable demeanor, it automatically lowers your psychological defenses, fostering a sense of trust and rapport. This creates an optimal learning environment. You're less likely to feel like you're being talked at and more likely to feel like you're being talked with, which significantly enhances engagement and retention. Our brains are hardwired for connection. A voice that signals empathy and understanding can actually reduce cognitive load, making it easier to absorb. This anticipatory framework isn't just a list, it's an invitation to a literary feast, promising both intellectual stimulation and profound emotional resonance. From a psychological perspective, outlining this journey provides a critical sense of structure and predictability, which the human mind inherently craves. Knowing what to expect, even in a general sense, reduces cognitive anxiety and allows your brain to prepare itself for the incoming information. This mental mapping enhances engagement by giving you a purpose for listening. You're not just consuming discrete stories, but embarking on a purposeful progression through a thematic arc. It creates an anticipation that keeps you invested, like following a carefully laid path where each turn promises a new, intriguing vista. This structured approach fosters a sense of mastery and progression, ensuring that you don't merely consume content, but actively participate in an unfolding narrative, appreciating how each individual mystery contributes to the broader wisdom of Father Brown's unique worldview. Furthermore, it helps you to connect dots between seemingly disparate elements, building a more holistic understanding of the overarching philosophical underpinnings of Chesterton's work. For you, the listener, applying this structured approach to your own learning or project planning can be remarkably effective. Before diving headfirst into a new subject or a complex task, take a few moments to outline the main stages or key concepts. What are the big picture goals? What are the individual components? How do they connect? This simple act of foresight creates a mental framework that makes the entire process feel less daunting and more manageable. It allows you to break down large challenges into smaller, more digestible steps, fostering a sense of progress and reducing the likelihood of feeling overwhelmed. Whether you're planning a presentation, learning a new skill, or simply trying to organize your thoughts, a clear, anticipatory outline can serve as your invaluable compass, guiding you efficiently and effectively towards your desired outcome, transforming potential chaos into structured clarity. Now, let's turn our attention to the very heart of Father Brown's enduring appeal, his utterly unique and timeless psychological approach to crime. Unlike his more famous counterparts, like the hyper-rational Sherlock Holmes or the meticulous Hercule Poirot, Father Brown rarely concerns himself with magnifying glasses, dusty footprints, or the exact chemical composition of a suspicious stain. His primary tools are introspection, empathy, and a profound, almost unsettling, understanding of the human soul. He solves crimes not by looking out at the physical world, but by looking in, by imagining himself into the mind of the criminal, by understanding the twisted logic, the desperate impulse, the moral failing that led to the transgression. He comprehends the nature of sin because, as a priest, he has confronted it within himself and heard its whispers in countless confessions. This isn't just about solving a crime, it's about understanding the internal landscape that gives rise to it, a landscape that is unchanging throughout human history. The specific technologies of crime detection may evolve, but the core motivations of human behavior, greed, envy, love, fear, pride, desperation, and even misplaced loyalty, remain eternally constant. This makes his method profoundly relevant, regardless of the era. Consider the classic detective scenario, a locked room murder. A detective like Sherlock Holmes would meticulously examine the room, noting every crack in the plaster, every speck of dust, every minute detail that could logically explain how the murderer entered and exited without a trace. He would deduce the impossible based on observable facts. Father Brown, however, would likely sit quietly, perhaps even close his eyes, and imagine himself as the murderer. He wouldn't be looking for a hidden door or a secret passage in the physical sense. Instead, he would ponder the murderer. Prepare your mind and heart for an adventure that promises not just entertainment, but genuine enlightenment. The pages are turning, the stage is set, and the quiet, unassuming figure of Father Brown is about to step forward, ready to unravel the mysteries that reside not just in the world, but within us all. Our first captivating enigma awaits, and I am delighted to be your guide. Let us begin. Chapter 1, The Absence of Mr. Glass. Welcome, dear listener, to a journey into the subtle yet profound observations of a most unusual detective. We embark today on the first chapter of G.K. Chesterton's The Wisdom of Father Brown, a collection that promises not just mysteries to be solved, but deep insights into human nature and the very fabric of truth. Our inaugural exploration is titled Chapter 1, The Absence of Mr. Glass, a seemingly straightforward title that belies the intricate yet ultimately simple lesson it imparts. Our deep dive into this particular chapter will illuminate a crucial, often overlooked, aspect of problem-solving and understanding the world around us, the inherent danger of jumping to complex conclusions when, in fact, the simple, unvarnished truth is staring us directly in the face. How often, in our own lives, do we find ourselves entangled in elaborate theories, constructing magnificent edifices of conjecture, only to discover that the solution was far more humble, far more immediate, than we ever dared to imagine? This chapter, and Father Brown's unassuming genius, serves as a poignant reminder that while the human mind is adept at crafting intricate narratives, wisdom often lies in discerning the straightforward reality. Why do we, as humans, so frequently gravitate towards complexity? Perhaps it is because simple truths can sometimes feel unsatisfying, lacking the dramatic flair or the intellectual challenge we unconsciously seek. A complex explanation can make us feel clever for having conceived it, or sophisticated for having unraveled it. It offers a certain intellectual thrill, a sense of engaging with a grander design, even if that design exists purely within our own imaginative frameworks. We are, after all, storytellers by nature, and a simple truth, while undeniably true, sometimes feels like an incomplete narrative. We crave twists, turns, red herrings, and dramatic reveals. This innate desire for narrative depth can, however, become a significant impediment when we are faced with a genuine problem requiring objective analysis. It pushes us to invent layers where none exist, to connect dots that are, in reality, isolated points, and to attribute profound significance to trivialities. The danger, then, is not merely that we might arrive at the wrong conclusion, but that in our zealous pursuit of complexity, we become utterly blind to the obvious, effectively trapping ourselves within our own elaborate mental constructs. We miss the subtle whisper of reality because we are listening too intently for the resounding chorus of an imagined drama. This chapter invites us to quiet the internal clamor for complexity and attune ourselves to the quiet, sometimes unremarkable, cadence of truth. Let's consider a real-world storytelling example to solidify this concept. Think about the countless urban legends or historical mysteries that have circulated for decades, sometimes centuries. Stories of hidden treasure guarded by elaborate traps, secret societies controlling global events from the shadows, or ancient curses causing inexplicable misfortunes. For generations, people might have pored over obscure maps, deciphered coded messages, or attributed strange occurrences to supernatural forces. Yet, time and again, when a truly rigorous, objective investigation is finally undertaken, many of these seemingly impenetrable mysteries are unraveled by shockingly mundane facts. A hidden treasure might turn out to be a misfiled ledger from a bygone era, or perhaps a family heirloom buried in a garden for safekeeping and forgotten. A secret society might simply be a group of friends who enjoyed meeting in a secluded spot, their innocuous rituals misinterpreted by outsiders. A curse might be nothing more than a localized environmental factor, like a peculiar mineral in the water causing specific ailments, or a common plant causing allergic reactions. The human mind, eager for wonder and drama, often latches onto the most sensational explanation, perpetuating it through generations, because it's a far more compelling tale than tea. The clients who arrive are met not with the calm, reassuring presence of the renowned Mr. Glass, but with an empty chair and a palpable void. This absence immediately sets the stage for speculation. Who is Mr. Glass? His reputation precedes him, he is a figure of note, a man whose presence is expected, indeed relied upon. Therefore, his disappearance is not merely an inconvenience, it's an event pregnant with implication. The initial reaction of those present is crucial here. They don't think of mundane reasons, they instantly leap to dramatic, even terrifying, conclusions. Foul play, a desperate escape, a kidnapping, perhaps even a clever ruse, the minds of the onlookers, perhaps primed by popular fiction and sensational newspaper headlines, immediately construct elaborate scenarios. They imagine master criminals, ingenious disguises, and desperate struggles, all unfolding within the confines of this very room, even though no physical evidence of such events exists. The vacuum created by Mr. Glass's absence is rapidly filled with the most sensational possibilities their imaginations can conjure. Consider a real-world parallel. Imagine walking into a doctor's waiting room, having an appointment, and finding it completely empty, save for a receptionist who seems just as bewildered as you are. The doctor's door is slightly ajar, his coat is still on the hook, and a half-empty coffee cup sits on his desk. Your immediate thoughts wouldn't likely be, "Oh, he probably just popped out for a quick sandwich." Instead, especially if he's a highly respected or busy physician, your mind might race through scenarios: medical emergency, a sudden illness, perhaps even something more nefarious like an abduction or a clandestine meeting. The very professionalism and routine of the setting make an unexpected disruption feel all the more alarming and therefore, to our minds, indicative of something complex and dramatic. The unexpectedness, coupled with the void of information, triggers our innate narrative-building mechanisms, pushing us towards the most exciting or terrifying possibilities. From a psychological perspective, this phenomenon is often explained by the fundamental attribution error. This bias leads us to overemphasize dispositional or complex explanations for others' behavior, while underestimating the impact of situational factors. When Mr. Glass is absent, we attribute it to some grand, personal drama unfolding for him, a hidden enemy, a secret life, etc., rather than a simple, situational cause that might be easily explained. Our brains are also wired for pattern recognition and threat detection. An unexplained absence, especially of a prominent figure, is perceived as a disruption of a pattern, and disruptions are often interpreted as potential threats, thus triggering our fight or flight instincts to seek out and understand the most dangerous possibilities. Furthermore, the human mind struggles with a void of information. We abhor ambiguity. When presented with a lack of concrete data, our minds will actively fabricate details to fill the gaps, and those fabrications often lean towards the sensational because, consciously or subconsciously, sensational stories are more engaging and memorable. What practical application can we draw from this tendency to immediately sensationalize an unexplained absence? The crucial step is the importance of suspending judgment. Before allowing our imaginations to run wild with dramatic narratives, we must consciously pause and acknowledge the absence of facts. This means training ourselves to recognize when we are speculating versus when we are observing. Practical steps include: 1. Identify the emotional trigger. Notice when your mind starts to leap to the most dramatic or fear-inducing conclusions. Acknowledge that this is a natural human reaction, but don't let it dictate your next thought. 2. List the knowns. What actual, observable facts do you have? In Mr. Glass's case, it's an empty room, a specific set of items, and a general understanding of his profession. Nothing more. 3. Lists. His method is one of parsimony, finding the most economical explanation that fits all the known, mundane facts. He doesn't seek to impress with intellectual acrobatics, he seeks clarity with quiet diligence. To illustrate this with a real-world example, think of a skilled mechanic diagnosing a car problem. When your car won't start, an inexperienced person might immediately jump to conclusions about a complex engine failure, a transmission issue, or an elaborate electrical short. They might imagine hours of expensive repairs. But a truly experienced mechanic doesn't start there. They begin by checking the simplest, most mundane things first. Is there fuel in the tank? Are the battery terminals clean and tight? Is the car in park or neutral? Is the fuse box intact? Often, the solution is something incredibly simple, something overlooked precisely because it's so ordinary. It's a dead battery, a loose connection, or even just needing to press the brake pedal to start the car. The mechanic's wisdom lies in resisting the urge to overcomplicate, in methodically ruling out the simple before moving to the complex. Similarly, a skilled physician, when faced with a patient exhibiting vague symptoms, won't immediately order expensive, invasive tests for rare diseases. They will first take a detailed history, check vital signs, and consider common ailments, patiently ruling out the mundane before exploring the exotic. This methodical, unglamorous approach often yields the correct diagnosis with the least amount of fuss and expense. Psychologically, Father Brown's approach highlights the power of negative evidence. We are often wired to seek positive evidence, what is present, but what isn't present can be just as, if not more, informative. The absence of a struggle, the lack of forced entry, the missing elaborate escape route, these non-events powerfully sculpt the true narrative. This requires a specific kind of mental discipline, the ability to resist the allure of the dramatic and focus on the quiet, often overlooked details that contradict the sensational. It's about overcoming the confirmation bias that drives us to only see what supports our initial, dramatic theory. It's also an embodiment of the principle of parsimony, which states that the simplest explanation that accounts for all observations is usually the correct one. This isn't about being unimaginative, it's about being rigorously logical and humble enough to accept a simple truth, even when a complex one seems more exciting. It demonstrates that true insight often comes from patient, thorough observation rather than brilliant, sudden leaps of intuition based on insufficient data. For practical application, we can cultivate what might be called mindfulness in observation. This means developing a systematic way to observe details without immediate interpretation or emotional overlay. Here are some steps. 1. Adopt a neutral stance. Before engaging with a problem, consciously try to empty your mind of preconceived notions or dramatic narratives. Approach the situation as a blank slate. 2. Systematic scan. Implement a deliberate, methodical approach to observation. For a physical space, this might mean starting from one corner and systematically moving around, noting everything, big or small. For a situation, it might mean breaking it down into sequential events or key components. 3. Distinguish observation from interpretation. Make a clear mental distinction between what you see or hear raw data and what you think it means interpretation. Write down observations as facts, then separately list possible interpretations. 4. Look for the dog that didn't bark, actively seek out the absences. What should be here that isn't? What would normally happen in this situation that isn't happening? These negative observations are often powerful clues. 5. Employ the 5 whys technique. When you have a piece of information, ask why 5 times to dig deeper into its root cause or significance, peeling back layers of assumptions. For example, the door was locked the discomfort of an unresolved, ambiguous situation often compels us to construct a complete, even if overly complex, narrative just for the sake of intellectual closure. The simple, unvarnished truth, sometimes, doesn't offer the same psychological reward of having solved a grand puzzle, even if it is the correct solution. So, how can we practically apply this lesson to avoid overcomplicating situations in our own lives? 1. The deconstruction exercise. When faced with a complex problem, deliberately break it down into its smallest, most fundamental components. Resist the urge to solve the big picture immediately. Instead, focus on understanding each individual piece. What are the undeniable facts? What are the verifiable actions? This is akin to first principles thinking, where you start from the most basic, fundamental truths and build up from there, rather than reasoning by analogy or relying on existing, often complex, frameworks. 2. Actively seek simpler explanations, even when a complex explanation seems appealing or intellectually satisfying. Make a conscious effort to brainstorm simpler alternatives. Challenge your own assumptions. Ask yourself, is there an easier, less dramatic way to explain this? This might involve explicitly listing out both complex and simple hypotheses side by side and evaluating them against the known facts. 3. Cultivate an outside perspective. Sometimes, our own immersion in a problem prevents us from seeing the obvious. Seek input from someone who is less emotionally invested or less knowledgeable about the intricate details. A fresh pair of eyes, unburdened by your complex assumptions, can often spot the simple solution that you've overlooked. This outsider's perspective acts as a check against your own biases and cognitive blind spots. 4. Embrace the mundane. Learn to appreciate the elegance and sufficiency of simple truths. Not every problem requires a grand solution or a dramatic reveal. Often, the most effective and efficient resolutions are found in the straightforward, the unglamorous, and the utterly obvious. This shift in mindset can reduce stress, save time, and lead to more accurate and robust problem solving. In summary, the absence of Mr. Glass is far more than just a clever detective story. It is a profound philosophical statement disguised as a mystery. It teaches us about the inherent human tendency to overcomplicate, to seek drama where simplicity reigns, and to invent intricate plots when the truth is elegantly plain. Father Brown, with his unassuming demeanor and his sharp, yet humble, observational skills, acts as our guide, showing us how to cut through the noise of speculation and anchor ourselves in the quiet clarity of facts. His wisdom lies not in superior intellect that conjures intricate theories, but in a deeper understanding of human nature and a keen, patient eye for the mundane details that others dismiss. He reminds us that the greatest insights often come not from looking further for hidden complexities, but from looking closer at what is already openly displayed. This chapter sets the stage for the entire collection, illustrating Father Brown's unique approach to crime and human folly. We are invited to carry this lesson forward, to question our initial assumptions, to resist the seductive allure of the dramatic, and to always consider the simplest explanation first. As we transition to future chapters, we will continue to explore how this fundamental principle of observation and simplicity unlocks mysteries that confound even the most brilliant conventional minds. How might this lesson, dear listener, apply to the challenges and puzzles you face in your own daily life, whether at work, at home, or in understanding the broader world around you? Are you perhaps, at this very moment, overcomplicating something that has a wonderfully simple solution, just waiting to be seen? Let us ponder this as we prepare for the next intriguing enigma Father Brown will surely encounter. Chapter 2, The Paradise of Thieves. Welcome back, dear listeners, as we journey further into the profound and often surprising world of Father Brown. In this chapter, Chapter 2, The Paradise of Thieves, we are invited into a landscape that is as beautiful as it is treacherous, both physically and morally. Here, G.K. Chesterton masterfully sets the stage for one of his most incisive observations about human nature and the true nature of crime. Our core concept today delves deeply into a fascinating paradox, the existence of respectable criminals juxtaposed against what one might call honest outlaws. What does it mean to be a respectable criminal? And can an outlaw, by definition a breaker of laws, possess a certain honesty in their transgression? Chesterton challenges our preconceived notions of right and wrong, of legality versus morality, and he does so with his characteristic wit and profound spiritual insight. He compels us to look beyond the surface, to question the tidy labels we apply to people and actions. Is a man who robs at gunpoint always more criminal than a man who defrauds thousands through complex financial schemes, all while maintaining an impeccable public image? This is the very heart of the wisdom Father Brown imparts in this compelling tale. It's about recognizing that sometimes, the greatest evils are not the ones committed violently in the open, but those that fester slowly, insidiously, under a veneer of social acceptance and legal compliance. It asks us to consider whether the brazenness of a highwayman's crime might, ironically, reveal a more straightforward, less hypocritical character than the stealthy, manipulative machinations of a white-collar felon. Let's begin by immersing ourselves in the vivid Italian mountain setting that Chesterton so expertly paints. Picture, if you will, the rugged majesty of the Apennines. Imagine the winding, dusty roads clinging precariously to the mountainsides, beneath craggy peaks that pierce the cerulean sky. Feel the crisp, cool air, carrying the scent of pine and wild herbs. Hear the distant bleating of goats and the murmur of mountain streams. This isn't merely a backdrop, it's an integral character in the story. These mountains are ancient, steeped in history, tradition, and a certain wild independence. They have long been a sanctuary for those who live outside the strictures of conventional society, a place where the writ of the central government might run thin, and local customs and unwritten codes hold sway. The isolation of such a landscape naturally fosters a sense of self-reliance, but also, historically, becomes a haven for brigands, for outlaws who operate on the fringes, carving out their own territories and rules. Think of it like this: in the real world, we have countless tales of individuals seeking refuge or operating outside the law in remote, natural environments. Consider the legends of the Scottish Highlands, where clans often operated under their own laws, or the vast, untamed American frontier, which drew those seeking freedom from societal constraints, some becoming pioneers, others becoming notorious outlaws. We see this in literature too. Recall the romanticized image of Robin Hood and his merry men in Sherwood Forest. The forest itself provided concealment, sustenance, and a certain legitimacy to their alternative lifestyle, which, though illegal, was often depicted as upholding a higher moral principle. The Italian mountains, in The Paradise of Thieves, serve a similar purpose, providing a physical space that mirrors the moral ambiguity Chesterton explores. It's a place where traditional morality might be reinterpreted, where justice might be meted out not by courts, but by rougher, more immediate hands. From a psychological perspective, why does such a setting matter so much? Because our environment profoundly shapes our perceptions and, indeed, our very identity. The wildness of the mountains can evoke a sense of freedom, adventure, and raw authenticity, which can be deeply appealing. It allows us to romanticize figures who live by their own rules, even if we are drawn to the idea that in such elemental places, true character might be revealed more starkly, stripped of the polite fictions of drawing rooms and boardrooms. The mountains offer a visual metaphor for the rugged, sometimes morally ambiguous terrain of the human heart itself, where clear lines between good and evil can often blur. So, what can we practically take from this understanding of setting? For the listener, the application steps involve a conscious effort to challenge how we perceive environments and the people associated with them. First, consider how your own environment, be it urban, rural, or suburban, subtly influences your moral compass. Does the anonymity of a city make you more or less likely to overlook small transgressions? Does the close-knit nature of a small town encourage conformity or, conversely, a stronger sense of communal responsibility? Second, practice looking beyond superficial associations. Just as a beautiful mountain range can harbor brigands, a grand mansion in an affluent neighborhood can hide profound moral decay. Don't let the picturesque or the prestigious blind you to potential underlying realities. Question your initial judgments based on setting alone. The world is rarely as straightforward as its outward appearance suggests, and cultivating this critical eye will serve you well in navigating its complexities. Now, let us turn our attention to the fascinating and central contrast Chesterton draws between the rough and tumble brigands and the supposedly respectable banker. On one side, we have the brigands, a band of outlaws, perhaps rough-hewn, speaking with a directness that borders on bluntness, living a life that is undeniably illegal. Their crimes are overt robbery, perhaps kidnapping, physical acts committed in the open or by direct confrontation. They may carry weapons, their presence commanding fear and respect in equal measure. Yet, Chesterton often imbues such characters with a certain crude code of honor, a loyalty to their own, a certain straightforwardness in their dealings, even if those dealings are illicit. Their actions are clear, their intentions, however criminal, are often transparent. On the other side, we encounter the respectable banker. Picture him, impeccably dressed, perhaps in a crisp suit, speaking with polished eloquence, moving within the circles of high society and legitimate commerce. He operates within the letter of the law, perhaps even crafting the laws himself through lobbying or influence. His crimes, if indeed he commits them, are not violent assaults on individuals but subtle, systemic manipulations of the financial system, betrayals of trust, fraudulent schemes that might ruin thousands of lives not with a bang, but with a slow, agonizing whimper. His weapons are not pistols, but pens, his battleground, not a mountain pass, but a ledger sheet. Chesterton's genius lies in forcing us to ask, which is the greater threat? Which reveals a deeper moral corruption? The brigand, who takes what he wants with direct force, or the banker, who meticulously strips people of their livelihoods, their savings, their future, all while maintaining an air of unimpeachable respectability? The central argument here is that the brigand's actions, while legally criminal and certainly harmful, might be morally simpler, less hypocritical, and ironically, perhaps less damaging to the fabric of societal trust than the insidious, hidden corruption of the respectable criminal. The brigand's actions are clear-cut, he is what he appears to be, an outlaw. The banker, however, is a wolf in sheep's clothing, eroding trust from within, a far more dangerous proposition in Chesterton's view. To illustrate this with a real-world storytelling example, let's consider the historical figure of Al Capone, a notorious American gangster. Capone was undeniably violent, a bootlegger, a murderer. His crimes were overt, brutal, and he was known to be a criminal. Society knew where he stood. Now, contrast him with someone like Bernie Madoff, the orchestrator of the largest Ponzi-s. It might not involve outright theft at gunpoint, but rather a complex web of lobbying, influence peddling, conflicts of interest, and ethical compromises that are technically legal but deeply unethical and profoundly damaging to the public good. Think of scandals like Enron, where seemingly brilliant executives manipulated accounting rules to hide massive debts, ultimately leading to the collapse of a huge corporation and the loss of thousands of jobs and pensions. Or the subprime mortgage crisis, where banks engaged in predatory lending practices, packaging risky loans into complex financial instruments, all while operating within a system that allowed them to profit enormously at the expense of ordinary homeowners and the global economy. In these cases, the criminals were often highly educated, respected figures within their fields, operating from plush offices, not mountain hideouts. Their crimes were not sudden bursts of violence, but calculated, long-term deceptions. From a psychological analysis perspective, the human capacity for rationalization and self-justification is key here. Individuals engaged in hidden moral corruption often convince themselves that what they are doing isn't really wrong, or that everyone else is doing it, or that the ends justify the means. There's a comfort in conformity, even when it means overlooking unethical behavior, especially if that behavior benefits the group or the individual financially. The psychological toll of living a lie, however, is often immense, leading to a disconnect between one's public persona and private self, which can manifest in various forms of psychological distress. Societally, the impact of widespread, unpunished hidden corruption is devastating. It breeds cynicism, diminishes faith in institutions, and makes it harder for truly ethical actors to thrive. When the rule of law is seen as a mere suggestion for the powerful, rather than a universal standard, society begins to fray. So, how can we apply this profound insight into our own lives? For the listener, the practical application steps are about cultivating a truly robust moral compass. First, regularly challenge your own assumptions about right and wrong. Don't simply accept something as ethical because it's legal or because everyone else does it. Engage in critical thinking about the broader impact of actions, not just their immediate legality. Second, strive to look for the true moral core of actions, not just their outward presentation or their immediate consequences. Ask yourself, what is the intention behind this action? Who truly benefits, and at whose expense? Is there an underlying principle of fairness, justice, and compassion being upheld or violated? Finally, cultivate greater moral courage. This means being willing to speak truth to power, even when that power appears respectable and unassailable. It means daring to point out the emperor's new clothes, even when everyone else is pretending to admire his non-existent garments. It's about being willing to stand for what is truly right, even when it's unpopular or inconvenient, understanding that true wisdom lies not in conforming to superficial norms, but in adhering to profound, timeless moral principles. In summary, The Paradise of Thieves is far more than a simple detective story. It's a masterful exploration of moral philosophy, challenging us to look beyond the superficial to the deeper truths of human character. Chesterton, through Father Brown, reminds us that appearances can be profoundly deceptive, that the wild, rugged honesty of an outlaw might sometimes conceal less moral depravity than the polished, insidious deceit of a respectable pillar of society. The stark contrast between the Italian mountain brigands and the supposedly upright banker forces us to confront our biases and re-evaluate where true criminality truly resides. It is a powerful lesson in discernment, urging us to question authority, to scrutinize motives, and to seek out genuine integrity wherever we can find it, no matter how humble its guise. As we conclude, Chapter 3, The Duel of Dr. Hirsch. Welcome, dear listeners, to another profound exploration into the intricacies of human nature and the surprising corners of the human heart, guided as always by the quiet wisdom of Father Brown. Today, we delve into Chapter 3, The Duel of Dr. Hirsch, a narrative that, on its surface, might appear to be a straightforward tale of conflict and resolution. Yet, beneath the veneer of its title, Chesterton masterfully weaves a tapestry of much deeper, more challenging questions. This chapter invites us to consider a battle far more complex than a simple clash of swords or wills. It prompts us to examine the potent themes of patriotism, the treacherous shadow of treason, and perhaps most compellingly, the bewildering dual nature of man himself. Imagine, if you will, the bustling streets of Paris at the turn of the 20th century, a city renowned for its romance, its artistry, its intellectual ferment, but also a crucible of political intrigue and simmering nationalistic pride. It is within this vivid, tension-laden backdrop that our story, or rather, our philosophical inquiry, unfolds. What happens, we are urged to ponder, when the lines between loyalty and betrayal become blurred, when the very identity of a person is fractured, and when the most formidable opponent one can face stares back from a mirror. This is the essence of the duel of Dr. Hirsch, a duel that is less about physical combat and more about the intricate, often agonizing, struggle for self-understanding and moral integrity. We will uncover how Chesterton uses the seemingly individual conflict to illuminate universal truths about the human condition, inviting us to look inward and confront the battles that rage within each of us. Our journey through this chapter truly begins with a deep dive into its core conceptual pillars: patriotism, treason, and the dual nature of man. Let us first consider patriotism, that fervent love for one's country, a powerful sentiment that can inspire acts of immense heroism and self-sacrifice. Patriotism, at its purest, is a profound connection to a shared heritage, a collective future, a bond with fellow citizens forged in common identity and purpose. It speaks to our innate need for belonging, for contributing to something larger than ourselves. Think of the stories whispered through generations, of soldiers defending their homeland, of innovators striving to elevate their nation, of artists capturing the spirit of their people. These are the bright manifestations of patriotism, a force that can unify and uplift. But like a shadow cast by a brilliant light, treason lurks close by. Treason is the ultimate betrayal of that love, that loyalty, a deliberate act against one's own people or nation. It evokes a visceral sense of violation, a rupture of trust that can have devastating consequences. The concept of treason is not merely legal, it is deeply moral and psychological, striking at the heart of our understanding of fidelity and faith. Historically, those accused of treason have been among the most reviled figures, their names etched in infamy. The very idea of betraying one's homeland, the soil that nurtured you, the culture that shaped you, is often considered an unpardonable sin against the collective spirit. And then, woven inextricably with these two concepts, we encounter the truly fascinating, and often disturbing, idea of the dual nature of man. How can an individual harbor such intense, contradictory forces? How can one be capable of both profound loyalty and chilling betrayal, sometimes even simultaneously, or in different facets of their being? This is where the complexities of human psychology truly come to the fore. We are not monolithic beings, we are a confluence of desires, beliefs, fears, and aspirations. Our identities are fluid, shaped by our experiences, our choices, and the environments we inhabit. The dual nature of man suggests an inherent capacity for paradox, a potential for both good and ill residing within the same heart, a constant tension between our nobler aspirations and our darker impulses. Does Dr. Hirsch embody this paradox? Is he a patriot in one sense, and a traitor in another? Or is his very identity a battleground where these forces collide? Chesterton, with his characteristic genius, implies that the answer might be far more unsettling than a simple binary choice. He challenges us to look beyond the surface, to recognize the intricate interplay of light and shadow within every human soul, including our own. It is a humbling and, at times, frightening realization that the capacity for both heroism and perfidy might reside within each of us. Now, let us turn our attention to the first key point, the masterful way Chesterton sets up the political tension in Paris, making it not merely a backdrop, but an active character in the drama of Dr. Hirsch's duel. Paris, at the beginning of the 20th century, was indeed a city of unparalleled cultural vibrancy and intellectual dynamism. Yet, underneath the glittering surface of its boulevards and cafes, a palpable sense of unease simmered. Europe was a continent on the brink, a powder keg of competing nationalisms, colonial ambitions, and intricate alliances that would soon erupt into the First World War. France, having suffered the humiliation of the Franco-Prussian War just decades prior, harbored a deep-seated desire for revenge and the reclamation of lost territories. This era was characterized by an acute sensitivity to national honor, an almost feverish patriotism that could easily tip into xenophobia and suspicion. Imagine the atmosphere: newspapers daily publishing impassioned editorials, public discourse frequently veering into heated debates about national pride and perceived threats, whispers of espionage and counter-espionage permeating diplomatic circles. Every foreigner, every unusual occurrence, could be viewed through the lens of potential national security implications. It was an environment ripe for misunderstanding, for paranoia, and for individuals to be caught in the cross-currents of geopolitical machinations. A duel, under such circumstances, would not simply be a personal affair, it would inevitably carry broader symbolic weight, reflecting the anxieties and aspirations of the nation itself. Chesterton, with his keen understanding of the human condition in its societal context, uses this setting to amplify the stakes, transforming a private quarrel into a potential microcosm of national conflict. To offer a real-world storytelling example of this kind of pervasive political tension shaping individual lives, consider the historical context of the Dreyfus Affair in France, which unfolded in the late 19th century but left a lasting shadow well into the period of Chesterton's writing. While not directly linked to Dr. Hirsch, the Dreyfus Affair perfectly illustrates how deeply nationalistic fervor, anti-Semitism, and political intrigue could poison the public sphere and shatter individual lives. Captain Alfred Dreyfus, a Jewish officer in the French army, was falsely accused of treason and condemned based on flimsy, fabricated evidence. The affair divided France, pitting pro-army, nationalist factions against those who championed justice and human rights. It was a scandal that laid bare the ugly underbelly of nationalistic zeal when untempered by reason and compassion. The atmosphere of suspicion, the willingness to believe the worst of those perceived as outsiders or enemies of the state, and the intense public pressure to conform to a nationalistic narrative, these elements resonate strongly with the kind of environment Dr. Hirsch would have been operating in. The individual, no matter how innocent, could easily become a pawn in. While Dr. Hirsch's situation may not involve a literal potion or a separate physical entity, the psychological resonance is profound. Imagine Dr. Hirsch as a Jekyll figure, perhaps a man driven by noble ideals, but who, through circumstance or choice, has cultivated a Hyde aspect, a persona of cunning, deception, or ruthless pragmatism, in service of a perceived higher goal, or simply as a means of survival in a dangerous world. The duel, then, becomes the inevitable clash between these two aspects, a desperate struggle for dominance over his own soul. The twist is not just that he wears a mask, but that the mask has begun to fuse with his face, or that he has become genuinely conflicted about which face is his true self. Father Brown, with his intuitive understanding of sin and redemption, would be uniquely positioned to perceive this internal fracturing. Psychologically, this idea of a fractured or dual identity matters immensely because it speaks to the fundamental human capacity for self-deception, the masks we wear in different social contexts, and the ongoing internal battles between our ideals and our darker, often unconscious, impulses. We all, to some extent, present different versions of ourselves depending on the audience or situation. But what happens when these versions become so distinct, so contradictory, that they threaten to tear us apart? This internal conflict can lead to profound psychological distress, a sense of inauthenticity, and a constant struggle for integrity. The Jungian concept of the shadow self is particularly relevant here, the unconscious aspect of the personality that the conscious ego does not identify with, containing often negative traits and impulses, but also unacknowledged positive qualities. The twist in Dr. Hirsch's identity forces him, and us, to confront this shadow, to ask whether it can be integrated, controlled, or if it must be ruthlessly fought and excised. It is a confrontation with the uncomfortable truth that the capacity for both light and darkness resides within the same individual, and that ignoring or repressing one side can lead to its eventual, explosive emergence. The struggle for authenticity, then, becomes the central drama, as Dr. Hirsch grapples with who he truly is, or who he truly wants to be. For the listener, the practical application steps derived from this exploration are deeply personal and immensely valuable for self-understanding. First, engage in honest self-reflection about the different masks you wear. Are there situations where you present a version of yourself that feels inauthentic or strains your true values? Understanding these discrepancies is the first step toward integrating your personality. Second, identify any recurring internal contradictions or conflicts within yourself. Do you have conflicting desires, ideals that clash with your actions, or loyalties that pull you in different directions? Acknowledging these internal tensions is crucial for personal growth. Third, consider how you typically handle your shadow self, those traits, desires, or impulses you find less desirable or actively repress. Do you deny them, project them onto others, or try to understand and integrate them constructively? The goal is not to eradicate these parts, but to bring them into conscious awareness and manage them. Finally, practice self-compassion. Recognize that human beings are inherently complex and contradictory. The journey of self-integration is lifelong and imperfect. The more we understand and accept the full spectrum of our own nature, the less likely we are to be torn apart by internal conflicts and the more authentically we can live. This journey, much like Dr. Hirsch's, is a duel, but one fought not with swords, but with introspection and self-awareness. This brings us to our third and final key point, the profound concept of fighting one's own darker self. Building upon the understanding of Dr. Hirsch's psychological twist, we now turn our focus to the very nature of this internal battle. The duel, whether literal or purely metaphorical. Second, identify specific personal flaws, biases, or self-destructive patterns that you wish to address. Be honest with yourself, but also be kind. What are the specific temptations or tendencies that pull you away from your ideal self? Third, develop strategies for confronting these aspects. This might involve setting clear boundaries for yourself, practicing self-discipline, seeking accountability from trusted friends or mentors, or even engaging in therapeutic practices like cognitive behavioral therapy to reframe negative thought patterns. Fourth, understand that relapse is a part of the process. You will not always win every internal duel. The key is to learn from setbacks, forgive yourself, and recommit to your growth. This journey is iterative, not linear. Fifth, consider how internal conflict can be a catalyst for growth rather than stagnation. The discomfort of confronting our flaws can be a powerful motivator for positive change. Embrace the struggle as an opportunity for transformation. Ultimately, the ongoing journey of self-conquest is not about achieving an impossible state of flawlessness, but about the continuous, courageous effort to align your actions with your highest values, to integrate your light and shadow, and to live a life of greater authenticity and purpose. And so, as we gently close the book on Chapter 3, The Duel of Dr. Hirsch, we find ourselves enriched by a deeper understanding of the intricate battles that define the human spirit. Chesterton, through Father Brown's insightful observations, has illuminated not just a single mystery, but universal truths about identity, loyalty, and the internal war between our nobler aspirations and our darker impulses. We've journeyed through the politically charged streets of Paris, witnessed the profound psychological twist of Dr. Hirsch's identity, and confronted the timeless concept of fighting one's own darker self. We've seen how patriotism can inspire, how treason can betray, and how the dual nature of man allows for both. This chapter, far from being a simple detective story, stands as a powerful allegory for the human condition itself, urging us to look inward and to recognize the same complex forces at play within our own lives. The genius of Chesterton lies in his ability to use the seemingly mundane, or in this case, the dramatically personal, to unlock the profound. He reminds us that true wisdom often comes not from finding simple answers, but from grappling with complex questions. As we carry forward the lessons learned from Dr. Hirsch's intricate duel, we are better equipped to discern the hidden battles within ourselves and those around us. This heightened awareness, this cultivated empathy, this willingness to confront paradox, will serve us well as we continue our journey through the remaining chapters of The Wisdom of Father Brown, where new mysteries and even deeper philosophical inquiries await. It is with this spirit of thoughtful anticipation that we prepare to turn the page, eager to uncover what further insights Father Brown has to offer in the fascinating human drama that is yet to unfold. Chapter 4, The Man in the Passage. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 4 of our exploration into the profound wisdom of Father Brown, a chapter aptly titled The Man in the Passage. As we delve into this intriguing narrative, we're presented with far more than just a clever mystery. We're invited into a deeply philosophical examination of human perception itself. Have you ever considered how profoundly your personal experiences, your deeply ingrained biases, and even your daily profession shape the very fabric of what you believe you see, hear, and understand? It's a question that lies at the heart of this particular tale, revealing how easily our perceptions can become clouded, twisted, and even entirely fabricated by the subjective lens through which we view the world. Our core concept for this chapter, then, is precisely this: the analysis of how perception is consistently clouded by personal bias and professional orientation. It's a powerful lesson in self-awareness, urging us to question not only what we see, but also how we are seeing it, and perhaps more importantly, why. We all carry invisible filters, don't we? Filters built from our past successes, our deepest fears, our specialized training, and our everyday roles. These filters, while often useful in navigating our individual worlds, can become significant obstacles when we attempt to grasp an objective truth, especially when that truth is shrouded in mystery and human complexity. Let us now turn our attention to the heart of the enigma, the moment where these perceptual distortions converge, the murder in the dimly lit passage. Imagine, if you will, the hushed elegance of a grand country house, perhaps during an evening gathering. The air is thick with expectation, the murmur of conversation, and the clinking of glasses. Then, a sudden, jarring discovery: a man lies dead in a narrow, ill-lit corridor, a passage connecting one part of the house to another. The lighting is crucial here. It's not pitch black, but rather a confusing, shadowy glow, perhaps from a distant lamp or a flickering firelight filtering through an open doorway. This ambiguity is not accidental, it's the perfect stage for our perceptions to run wild, to fill in the blanks with what we expect, what we fear, or what our professional instincts tell us should be there. The victim is a known personality, perhaps an actor or a public figure, adding another layer of inherent drama to the scene. He is found in a somewhat awkward, perhaps even theatrical, posture, his life abruptly extinguished. But the critical detail is the environment. The passage is narrow, confining, making any view partial and obstructed. There are no clear, unambiguous sight lines. The angles are difficult. The shadows dance and play tricks on the eye. It's a scene perfectly designed to elicit varied interpretations, a canvas upon which each observer will unknowingly paint their own version of reality. Now, let's explore how each witness, drawn to the scene of this macabre discovery, saw not an objective reality, but rather a mirror reflection of their own fears, their professional training, or their ingrained biases. Each person, upon encountering the deceased man in that shadowy passage, filtered the sparse data through their unique internal framework, constructing a narrative that made sense to them, often to the exclusion of other possibilities. Consider first the celebrated actor, who was among the initial group to discover the body. For him, the world is a stage, and every action a performance. When he gazes upon the lifeless form, what does he see? He sees drama, theatricality, a tragic tableau. He notices the angle of the head, the sprawl of the limbs, the way the light catches the fabric of the victim's clothing. To his mind, the posture is not merely that of a man fallen, but that of a character struck down in a dramatic arc, perhaps a pose he himself might adopt to convey extreme emotion on stage. He observes the gestures, the lack of movement, and instantly interprets them through the lens of theatrical expression. He might even comment on the pose. As a real-world storytelling example, think of a group of art critics asked to describe a crime scene that happens to take place in an art gallery. Instead of focusing solely on the forensic evidence, they might dwell on the artistic composition of the scene, the juxtaposition of the body against a particular sculpture, or the symbolic meaning of spilled paint. Their professional bias towards aesthetics and interpretation would color their description, potentially leading them to emphasize details that a detective, for instance, would consider irrelevant. For the listener, The practical application here is to recognize when your own profession or hobbies might be creating a specific lens. Are you an engineer? You might focus on structural integrity or mechanical failure in a crisis. Are you a chef? You might notice the specific ingredients or culinary tools present. The exercise is to consciously pause and ask yourself, what am I trained to see? What am I predisposed to notice? Then, actively try to look for details that fall outside that familiar framework. Challenge your initial interpretation by considering what someone from a completely different profession might observe. Now, let us consider another witness, perhaps a renowned physician or surgeon, a man whose life is dedicated to understanding the intricate mechanisms of the human body, to diagnosing ailments, and to mending broken flesh. When this doctor approaches the body in the passage, his professional lens immediately snaps into focus. He doesn't see a dramatic pose, he sees a patient. His eyes are drawn to the precise location of any injury, the color of the skin, the signs of struggle or lack thereof, the likely cause of death based on observable trauma or absence of it. He might ignore the theatricality that captivated the actor and instead mentally calculate the time of death, the probable weapon, or the physiological effects of the fatal blow. He's looking for medical facts, for the biological story the body tells, stripped of any emotional or artistic embellishment. Psychologically, the doctor exemplifies the power of expertise and selective attention. His years of training have conditioned his brain to identify pathological signs, to analyze physiological responses, and to think in terms of causality and intervention. His bias isn't necessarily towards distortion, but towards specialization. He accurately perceives details relevant to his field, but in doing so, he might unintentionally filter out contextual clues that fall outside the realm of medicine, the social dynamics, the hidden motives, the less tangible elements of human interaction that might have led to the crime. This is crucial because while his observations about the body itself might be forensically accurate, they might be insufficient to solve the entire mystery, which often extends beyond the purely physical. A storytelling example: imagine a group of architects touring an ancient ruin. While the historian focuses on the societal context and political significance, the architect immediately hones in on the structural techniques, the materials used, the engineering marvels or flaws. They might even try to reconstruct the original building in their mind's eye, based purely on the surviving fragments, overlooking the human stories embedded within the stones that a historian would prioritize. For you, the listener, the practical application here is to recognize the limitations of even highly specialized expertise. While your professional knowledge is invaluable, it doesn't provide a complete picture of every situation. When faced with a complex problem, particularly one involving human behavior or ambiguous circumstances, make a conscious effort to solicit perspectives from individuals outside your immediate field. Seek out the artist's view, the scientist's view, the philosopher's view. Understand that a multidisciplinary approach often leads to a richer, more accurate understanding of reality. Let's introduce yet another witness, the hardened, cynical journalist, always in pursuit of the practical application for the listener, in any problem-solving scenario. While your established procedures and past successes are valuable, always leave room for unconventional thinking. After you've exhausted your usual methods, step back and deliberately consider alternative approaches. Are you too focused on one type of evidence or one line of inquiry? Could the solution lie in a direction you haven't yet explored because it doesn't fit your usual workflow? Encourage yourself to challenge your own standard operating procedures when a situation seems intractable. Now, after these varied, yet equally skewed, perceptions have been laid bare, we arrive at the profound humility and unique insight of Father Brown. While others were projecting their own internal landscapes onto the external reality of the murder scene, Father Brown does something subtly, yet radically, different. He recognizes the mirror. He understands that what each person saw was not the complete truth, but a reflection, distorted by their own subjective filters. He doesn't just see the dead man, he sees the men looking at the dead man, and critically, he sees himself looking at them all. Father Brown's humility is key here. Unlike the others, he doesn't assume his own perspective is inherently superior or objective. He approaches the scene, and indeed all human interactions, with a deep understanding of human fallibility, including his own. He knows that his own clerical background, his own experiences as a priest, could also lead him to certain biases, perhaps a bias towards seeing moral failings, or a deeper spiritual conflict. But he actively works to mitigate this by focusing on empathy, on understanding the human element, the motive, the why behind the actions, rather than just the what. He doesn't just look at the evidence, he looks into the souls of the people involved. He considers what it means to be human in this particular context. He asks himself what a human being, with all their complexities, fears, and desires, might realistically do in such a situation. Psychologically, Father Brown embodies a form of cognitive empathy combined with metacognition, the ability to think about one's own thinking. He's not just observing the world, he's observing how he observes the world, and how others observe it. This allows him to see the gaps, the inconsistencies, and the subjective overlays that prevent others from seeing the full picture. His insight comes from stepping outside the immediate factual data and into the realm of human motivation and psychological consequence. He's looking for the human story beneath the crime, the story that explains the biases of the witnesses as much as it explains the actions of the killer. This matters profoundly because it highlights that true understanding often requires us to look beyond the surface, to consider the internal worlds of others, and to acknowledge the limitations of our own singular viewpoint. Without this humility, we remain trapped in our echo chambers of perception. As a real-world storytelling example, consider a mediator attempting to resolve a conflict between two parties. Each party presents their version of events, firmly convinced of their own righteousness and the other's culpability. A less skilled mediator might try to simply find a compromise between these two conflicting narratives. A truly wise mediator, however, like Father Brown, would understand that each party's truth is deeply influenced by their own emotions, their past grievances, their fears, and their self-interest. The wise mediator doesn't just listen to the words, they listen to the underlying needs, the unspoken biases, and the emotional landscape that colors each person's perception of the dispute. Only by recognizing these underlying filters can a true resolution be found. For you, the listener, the practical application of Father Brown's profound lesson is perhaps the most challenging, yet the most rewarding. It is the cultivation of self-awareness and intellectual humility. When you find yourself in a disagreement. Chapter 5, The Mistake of the Machine. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 5 of The Wisdom of Father Brown, a chapter we've entitled The Mistake of the Machine. In our ongoing journey through the subtle complexities of human nature and the profound insights of Father Brown, we arrive at a particularly poignant crossroads today, the intersection of burgeoning technology and the timeless enigma of the human heart, especially as it grapples with something as weighty and intricate as guilt. Have you ever considered our modern world's ceaseless quest for absolute certainty? We long for clear answers, for irrefutable evidence, for a definitive line drawn between truth and falsehood. This yearning often leads us to place immense trust in instruments, in algorithms, in scientific metrics that promise to strip away the messy ambiguities of human emotion and deliver an objective, quantifiable reality. We desire to transcend our own biases, our own fallibilities, by entrusting the ultimate judgment to an impartial mechanism. And nowhere is this desire more pronounced, more keenly felt, than in our attempts to understand the dark corners of the human psyche, particularly when it comes to assessing guilt. Can we truly distill the multifaceted, often contradictory impulses of a human being into a neat set of data points? Can a machine, no matter how sophisticated, truly comprehend the labyrinthine corridors of the human conscience, the silent battles waged within the soul? Father Brown, with his unassuming demeanor and penetrating gaze, often found himself confronting precisely this kind of technological hubris. He understood that while science could illuminate many aspects of the physical world, it sometimes cast long shadows over the very essence of what makes us human. Guilt, as he so frequently observed, is not a simple switch, either on or off. It is a spectrum, a tapestry woven from threads of regret, shame, fear, responsibility, and sometimes, even love or sacrifice. It is deeply rooted in our individual consciousness, molded by our unique moral compass, and often, profoundly influenced by our subjective interpretation of events. Scientific metrics, in their noble pursuit of black and white certainties, can, by their very nature, miss the infinitely subtle shades of gray that define human reality. They might register a tremor, a fluctuation, a deviation from a baseline, but they can rarely, if ever, interpret the why behind that reaction, the profound internal narrative that gives it meaning. It is this fundamental limitation, this inherent oversight in the worship of pure data, that forms the heart of our discussion today. Let us now delve deeper into the specific points that illuminate this profound critique, beginning with the very symbol of this scientific aspiration, the lie detector machine. Our first key point revolves around the introduction of the lie detector machine, or what was then often referred to as a polygraph. Imagine, if you will, the early 20th century, a time brimming with optimism for scientific advancement. People were captivated by new technologies, eager to see how they could unlock the universe's secrets, and indeed, the secrets of the human mind. The lie detector emerged from this fervent belief in scientific progress, promising to objectively measure physiological responses: heart rate, blood pressure, perspiration, respiration, that were believed to be inextricably linked to deception. The underlying assumption was elegant in its simplicity: when a person lies, they experience internal stress, and this stress manifests itself in detectable physical changes. Therefore, if we could accurately measure these changes, we could unmask the liar, once and for all. This machine, with its intricate wires, its pulsating needles, and its meticulous charts, quickly accrued an aura of undeniable authority. It represented the ultimate arbiter of truth, a cold, impartial judge incapable of human error or prejudice. For investigators, it offered the tantalizing prospect of a shortcut to justice, a way to cut through denials and evasions to reach the unvarnished facts. For the public, it became a symbol of modern investigative power, a seemingly foolproof method to identify the guilty and exonerate the innocent. It was presented not merely as a tool, but as a gateway to absolute veracity, a beacon in the often murky waters of criminal inquiry. But was it truly capable of such an ultimate declaration? Let me offer you a real-world storytelling example, albeit a hypothetical one, to illustrate the perceived power and the inherent limitations of such a device. Picture a small, tight-knit community, perhaps in rural England, where a beloved village elder, known for his generosity, is suddenly accused of a petty but deeply damaging act of embezzlement from the community fund. The evidence is circumstantial, the community is divided, and the tension is palpable. Into this emotionally charged atmosphere arrives a renowned investigator, heralded for his embrace of the latest forensic techniques, including, of course, the polygraph. The entire village, desperate for clarity and justice, places immense faith in this machine. They believe that its needles will quiver only for the truly guilty, that its charts will lay bare the undeniable truth, allowing them to finally resolve the painful rift in their community. The accused, a man named Mr. Abernathy, a pillar of their society, is subjected to the test. To everyone's shock and dismay, the machine's readings indicate deception when he denies the embezzlement. The community is devastated, convinced by the cold, hard data, that their cherished elder is indeed a thief. The machine reports on a physical reaction. It cannot, and never could, interpret the reason for that reaction. It cannot discern the intricate and often contradictory tapestry of emotions that might be swirling within a human heart. Perhaps the suspect is guilty of a past transgression, completely unrelated to the current investigation, and the stress of the interrogation simply awakens that buried shame. Or perhaps they witnessed something terrible but were too afraid to speak, and their deception is about their failure to act, their perceived cowardice, rather than active participation in a crime. Father Brown, with his deep theological understanding of sin and human weakness, possessed a unique faculty for looking past the mere physical symptom to the spiritual and emotional malady beneath. He could see beyond the quivering needle to the struggling soul. Let's return to our storytelling example of Mr. Abernathy, the respected village elder accused of embezzlement. The machine, as we noted, indicated deception. The community, swayed by this seemingly infallible evidence, prepared to cast him out. But imagine, for a moment, that Father Brown was present. He might observe Mr. Abernathy's genuine distress, a distress that seemed to go beyond merely being caught in a lie. He might notice the tremor in his hands, not just when he denied the embezzlement, but perhaps when a question subtly touched upon his personal finances, or his family. Through gentle, discerning conversation, Father Brown might uncover a different, more profound truth. Mr. Abernathy, it turns out, had been secretly struggling with a severe gambling addiction for years, a habit he kept hidden out of immense shame and fear of tarnishing his reputation and hurting his family. He hadn't embezzled funds, the true culprit was someone else entirely. However, the questions about money, about responsibility, about hidden vices, had triggered an immense wave of physiological stress, not because he was lying about the embezzlement, but because the interrogation threatened to expose his real secret, the one he was truly ashamed of, the one that carried a profound personal guilt. His deception on the machine was about the preservation of a deeply guarded secret, a secret of personal failure, not about the crime at hand. The machine detected a deviation, but it fundamentally misinterpreted its source and meaning. Psychologically, this distinction is paramount. It forces us to confront the often ignored nuances of guilt, shame, fear, and anxiety. While these emotions can manifest with remarkably similar physiological signatures, a racing heart, increased perspiration, altered breathing patterns, their internal origins and their moral implications can be vastly different. The machine simply registers the arousal, it possesses no capacity for sophisticated emotional interpretation. It cannot understand context, intention, or the intricate tapestry of a person's life experiences that shape their emotional responses. This is where the concept of false positives in a human context becomes so critically important. An innocent person, terrified of being wrongly accused, can exhibit all the physiological signs of someone who is actively trying to conceal a truth. Their fear of the system, their anxiety about the repercussions, or even a traumatic past experience with authority figures, can all trigger stress responses that the machine indiscriminately labels as deception. The machine reduces a human being's complex internal state to a simplistic binary, honest or dishonest. It fails to account for the myriad reasons a person might be physiologically aroused, reasons that often have nothing to do with the specific crime under investigation, but everything to do with their inherent humanity, their vulnerabilities, their secrets, and their deeply held fears. It misses the subjective story, the narrative of a life, that gives true meaning to any outward manifestation of emotion. What practical application steps can we, as listeners, derive from this understanding? Firstly, a machine, by reducing humanity to a series of physiological reactions, strips away the very essence of what makes us human. It ignores our capacity for self-awareness, our internal narratives, our values, and our spiritual struggles. This reductionist approach, while effective for analyzing purely physical phenomena, utterly fails when confronted with the intricate, multidimensional nature of human consciousness and moral experience. It treats the symptom as the disease, rather than delving into the intricate pathology of the human spirit. It simply cannot measure regret, remorse, forgiveness, or the quiet agony of a soul wrestling with its own truth. These are dimensions of existence that exist beyond the realm of quantifiable data. So, for you, the listener, what are the practical application steps in understanding that the human heart cannot be measured by a dial? Firstly, cultivate intuition and discernment. Recognize that true understanding often requires looking beyond the surface, beyond the immediately observable, to seek the underlying motivations and the complete, often messy, narrative of a person's experience. This involves honing your own observational skills, practicing empathy, and developing a sensitivity to the unspoken. Secondly, strive to foster environments, be it in your family, your workplace, or your community, where people feel safe enough to share their full truth, even if that truth is complex, contradictory, or doesn't fit neatly into conventional categories. This means creating spaces of non-judgment, where vulnerability is allowed, and where genuine confession, born from a desire for understanding and resolution, can occur. It stresses the invaluable importance of qualitative understanding, the nuances of stories, motivations, and feelings over purely quantitative measurement, especially in interpersonal relationships, conflict resolution, and justice systems. Remember that every human interaction is an opportunity for deeper understanding, an invitation to see beyond the superficial and connect with the profound, irreducible complexity of another human heart. Our greatest wisdom often comes not from what we measure, but from what we simply observe, listen to, and feel. In summing up our journey through The Mistake of the Machine, we've explored the profound critique embedded within Father Brown's unassuming wisdom, the inherent limitations of technology and absolute scientific metrics in truly understanding human guilt. We introduced the lie detector as a symbol of our society's yearning for objective truth, acknowledging its promise, yet critically examining its foundational assumptions. We then contrasted the machine's findings, mere physiological reactions, with the actual, often deeply personal and complex, emotional truths of the human heart. We discovered that a body's tremor might signify shame, anxiety, or a hidden sorrow, rather than the specific guilt a machine is programmed to detect. Ultimately, we reiterated Father Brown's most poignant insight, that the human heart, with its capacity for profound love, devastating sorrow, intricate moral dilemmas, and deeply personal struggles with sin and virtue, is fundamentally unquantifiable by any dial or instrument. It is a realm of experience that defies reduction, a sacred space where only human understanding, empathy, and a discerning spirit can truly enter and comprehend. This chapter serves as a powerful reminder that while technology offers invaluable tools for investigation and analysis, it can never replace the nuanced wisdom of human judgment and the compassionate understanding of the human spirit. It urges us to move beyond a simplistic, binary view of guilt and innocence, and to embrace the multifaceted, often paradoxical nature of human experience. It encourages us to look deeper, listen more closely, and seek to truly see the person beyond the data points. As we conclude this exploration of the mistake of the machine, let us carry forward this profound lesson, that true wisdom lies not in the unwavering faith in infallible. Chapter 6, The Head of Caesar. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 6 of The Wisdom of Father Brown, a chapter aptly titled The Head of Caesar. As we delve into this particular narrative, prepare yourself for an exploration not just of crime and deduction, but of the intricate workings of the human heart, where the smallest, most seemingly insignificant detail can often hold the key to unraveling a massive, insidious web of blackmail. It's a testament to the idea that truth, much like a tiny seed, can sprout from the most unexpected soil and blossom into full revelation. Our core concept today, and indeed the beating heart of this chapter, revolves around precisely this: how a minute, almost negligible piece of information, a mere glint in the vast ocean of human affairs, can ultimately expose and dismantle a sprawling network of coercion and fear. Think of it as a single, misplaced thread in an otherwise perfectly woven tapestry. To the casual observer, it might be overlooked, dismissed as a flaw, or simply unnoticed. But to a discerning eye, to someone like Father Brown, that single thread can be pulled, and in doing so, unravel the entire deceptive facade, revealing the truth that lies beneath. Is it not fascinating how often the biggest secrets hinge upon the smallest observations? How many times in our own lives have we dismissed a fleeting impression, only to realize later, with the benefit of hindsight, that it was the crucial piece of the puzzle we so desperately needed? This chapter provides a brilliant illustration of that very principle. Now, let us turn our attention to the specific narrative that brings this concept so vividly to life. We find ourselves introduced to a world of wealth, of meticulous collecting, and beneath that veneer, a simmering undercurrent of terror. Our first key point introduces us to this fascinating, yet unsettling, environment, the collection of coins and the truly bizarre, almost nonsensical, request that becomes the focal point of the blackmailer's demands. Imagine, if you will, the study of Mr. Philip Tempest, a man of considerable means and even more considerable pride, known throughout numismatic circles for his rare and extensive collection of Roman coins. The glint of ancient history, the weighty feel of metal etched with the visages of emperors long past, these are his passions. His collection is not just a hobby, it is a meticulously curated testament to his discernment, his knowledge, and his standing. But into this ordered world, a shadow falls. The blackmailer, an unseen, insidious force, begins to press Mr. Tempest, not for mere bags of gold, but for specific, peculiar items from his treasured collection. The demand is not for the most valuable, the most pristine, or even the most historically significant. No, the blackmailer insists upon a particular coin, one depicting the head of Caesar, but with a strange, almost contradictory caveat: it must be a fake coin. A known forgery. Can you imagine the bewilderment? A connoisseur of genuine artifacts, asked to part with a deliberate imitation, a fraud, in exchange for his peace of mind. What could possibly be the logic? From an outsider's perspective, this seems utterly illogical. Why would a blackmailer risk detection for something so seemingly worthless? Why not simply demand cash, or a truly priceless genuine artifact? This is where the narrative truly hooks us. This seemingly insignificant detail, the demand for a fake coin, is the very anomaly that Father Brown, with his quiet genius, seizes upon. It is the thread that doesn't belong. To provide a real-world storytelling example, consider the classic detective tale where a seemingly trivial object, say a dusty old receipt for a mundane purchase, proves to be the linchpin of an entire criminal conspiracy. Think of a historical mystery where an antique dealer receives an unusual request for a seemingly ordinary teacup, but it's the absence of a certain maker's mark, or the presence of a tiny, almost invisible scratch, that alerts an astute investigator to its true, darker purpose. The teacup itself is not valuable for its material worth, but for what it represents or hides. Perhaps it was used as a signal, a coded message, or proof of a meeting. These stories thrive on the principle that the devil is in the details, and the most innocuous objects can be imbued with profound significance by the context of human machinations. Psychologically, why does this seemingly strange request matter so profoundly? Because it shatters the victim's understanding of the blackmailer's motive. It introduces a discordant note into the symphony of fear. Most blackmail is straightforward: pay or be exposed. The currency is clear, the transaction understood, albeit abhorrent. But when the currency itself is bizarre, when a blackmailer demands a fake instead of a fortune, it forces the victim, and by extension, our astute detective, to question everything. It suggests that the blackmailer's motive is not purely financial, or at least, not in a conventional sense. It implies an intimate, perhaps even personal, knowledge of the victim's affairs, a knowledge that extends beyond mere monetary value to the realm of specific, obscure details. This psychological disequilibrium is crucial. It hints at a deeper, more personal vendetta, or a far more complex scheme than a simple shakedown. It keeps the victim perpetually off balance, wondering not just what will be demanded next, but why. This constant state of uncertainty, coupled with the inherent mystery of the demand, significantly amplifies the psychological pressure. For us, the listeners, what practical application steps can we draw from this? Firstly, always question the illogical. When something doesn't make sense, especially in a high-stakes situation, it's rarely truly nonsensical, it's usually pointing to a hidden meaning or an undisclosed motive. Instead of dismissing it as absurd, lean into the absurdity. Ask yourself, why would someone make such an odd request? What purpose could a fake serve? Secondly, pay attention to the incongruities. What doesn't fit? In any situation, be it a personal interaction, a professional dilemma, or a casual observation, the things that stand out as wrong or out of place are often the most important clues. Train your mind to notice those subtle deviations from the norm. It's in these small, overlooked details that profound truths often reside. Our second key point delves deeper into the insidious nature of this crime, tracing the psychological pressure applied by the blackmailer. The blackmailer isn't just demanding objects, they are systematically dismantling Mr. Tempest's sense of security, his reputation, and his peace of mind. The demands for specific coins, particularly the fake head of Caesar, are not just transactions, they are carefully orchestrated psychological attacks. Each demand is a reminder that the blackmailer possesses intimate knowledge, that they are inside Tempest's world, privy to his secrets. This isn't a one-off mugging, it's a sustained campaign of terror. The blackmailer understands that the threat of exposure, of social disgrace, can be far more potent than any physical harm. Mr. Tempest, a man who has painstakingly built a reputation of integrity and connoisseurship, faces the agonizing prospect of public humiliation, of his carefully constructed world crumbling around him. The fear isn't just about losing his collection or his money, it's about losing his very identity, his standing in society, his legacy. Consider a real-world storytelling example where psychological pressure plays a central role. Imagine a character in a spy novel, a high-ranking official, who is blackmailed not with threats of violence, but with the exposure of a long-buried secret, perhaps a youthful indiscretion, a questionable financial dealing from D. He sees only the letter of the law, the criminal act, not the human being behind it. Valjean, through his acts of selflessness and redemption, often confuses Javert because he doesn't fit into Javert's rigid categorization of good and evil. Ultimately, it is Javert's inability to reconcile his absolute legalistic view with Valjean's profound moral transformation that leads to his own psychological unraveling. Father Brown, much like a more spiritually insightful figure, approaches situations with the understanding that human beings are complex, capable of both great sin and great redemption, and that true justice often requires an understanding that transcends mere rules and regulations. It's a story where understanding the why changes everything about how the what is perceived and resolved. Psychologically, the power of empathy in resolving conflict and fear is immense. When someone feels truly heard, understood, and not judged, their defenses naturally lower. This creates an environment where truth can emerge. Empathy allows us to step into another's shoes, to feel what they might be feeling, and to anticipate their motivations and reactions. It's not about condoning wrongful actions, but about comprehending the human drives behind them. For the victim, empathy from an outsider can break the isolation imposed by blackmail, giving them the courage to confide and seek help. For the perpetrator, an empathetic approach, coupled with justice, can sometimes lead to a deeper understanding of their own actions and potential for remorse, offering a path towards rehabilitation rather than just punishment. Father Brown's gentle probing, his unshockable demeanor, and his capacity for seeing the underlying sorrow or grievance often lead criminals to confess, not because they are caught, but because they are finally seen and understood. It's a profound act of human connection that transcends the transactional nature of crime. For practical application steps in our own lives, cultivating empathy is a continuous journey. Start by actively listening to others, truly hearing not just their words, but the emotions and unspoken needs behind them. Practice perspective taking. Before reacting, pause and try to imagine the situation from the other person's point of view. Ask open-ended questions that encourage deeper sharing, such as how does that make you feel, or what might be driving this behavior. Offer understanding and support, especially when someone is sharing something difficult or painful, rather than jumping to judgment or advice. Remember that offering empathy does not mean agreement, but simply a willingness to comprehend another's experience. This approach can be incredibly powerful in navigating personal relationships, resolving workplace conflicts, and even understanding broader societal issues. It's a tool for deeper insight, building bridges, and fostering genuine connection, transforming seemingly insurmountable problems into opportunities for resolution and growth. In summary, The Head of Caesar is a masterful demonstration of how a seemingly insignificant detail, the demand for a fake coin, serves as the initial, peculiar thread in a vast tapestry of blackmail. It teaches us the importance of observing the anomalies, the things that don't quite fit, for they often hold the greatest keys to understanding. We've explored the insidious psychological pressure exerted by blackmail, a pressure that preys on our deepest fears of exposure and societal judgment, effectively trapping victims in a cycle of isolation and anxiety. But most importantly, this chapter illuminates Father Brown's unique genius, his ability to pierce through the layers of deceit and fear not just with logic, but with profound empathy. His capacity to understand the human heart, to see the sorrow and the motive behind the misdeed, ultimately breaks the cycle of fear and brings truth to light. The wisdom here lies in recognizing that true insight often comes not from focusing solely on the crime, but from understanding the complex, often broken. Chapter 7, The Purple Wig. Welcome, dear listeners, to another enlightening journey into the mind and mysteries of Father Brown. Today, we delve into Chapter 7, The Purple Wig, a tale that brilliantly unmasks the truth behind family curses, the allure of aristocracy, and the intricate web of manufactured legends that often entangle them. It's a fascinating study, isn't it, how the grand narratives we tell ourselves, or are told by others, can so profoundly shape our perception of reality, even when the underlying truth is far more prosaic, yet no less poignant? Our core concept for today, then, is precisely this: the peeling back of layers. We often find ourselves captivated by stories of ancient lineage, the supposed doom that befalls noble houses, the weight of centuries-old prophecies. But what if these dramatic tales, these curses, are not supernatural at all, but rather elaborate facades, carefully constructed to conceal something far more human, more vulnerable, and perhaps, more relatable than we initially imagine? This chapter, like so many of Father Brown's investigations, serves as a masterclass in skepticism, not in a cynical sense, but in a deeply empathetic one, guiding us to look beyond the surface, to question the established narrative, and to seek out the quiet, often overlooked, human truths that lie beneath. It teaches us that what appears to be an age-old supernatural affliction might, in fact, be nothing more than a carefully guarded secret, passed down through generations, each one adding another brick to the wall of illusion, until the secret itself becomes a legend, whispered with awe and fear. Now, let's dive into the story itself and unpack its key elements. Our narrative introduces us to a journalist, a keen observer of the world, much like ourselves, perhaps, but one who, for all his journalistic rigor, is initially drawn into the dramatic, almost gothic, allure of the tale. He encounters a duke, a figure steeped in the very essence of aristocracy, burdened by what is widely known as the curse of the Dukes of Exmoor. This curse manifests as a distinct purple patch of hair, said to appear on each successive duke, driving them to madness and ultimately, to a peculiar, solitary death. The journalist, naturally, is intrigued by this macabre lineage, this seemingly supernatural blight upon a noble house. Think about it for a moment. How often are we drawn to such sensational stories? How readily do we accept the dramatic, the mysterious, especially when it involves figures of power and ancient lineage? The journalist in our story is a stand-in for all of us who are captivated by the grandeur and tragedy of aristocratic tales. He represents the external, rational, yet sometimes superficial observer, someone who approaches the world with a logical mind but can still be swayed by a compelling narrative, particularly one with historical weight. The Duke, on the other hand, embodies the immense weight of tradition, the burden of a family reputation, and the seemingly inescapable grip of a preordained fate. He lives under a cloud, not just of a supposed curse, but of public expectation and the suffocating pressure to maintain a certain image. A real-world storytelling example that mirrors this initial setup might be found in the enduring legends surrounding the British monarchy, or indeed, any ancient ruling family. Consider the various historical curses attributed to figures like Anne Boleyn, or the persistent rumors of physical or mental afflictions within royal lines, often hushed up or reframed as divine punishment or inexplicable fate. For centuries, stories of the madness of certain monarchs, or the bad luck that befell particular houses, were woven into the fabric of national identity, serving both as cautionary tales and as legitimizers of power, cloaking very human frailties in the garb of destiny or supernatural intervention. These narratives, often fueled by gossip and fear, served to both elevate and isolate the aristocracy, making them seem both more than human and tragically vulnerable. Psychologically, why does this matter? It matters because our minds are wired for narrative. We crave stories that explain the inexplicable, especially when those explanations reinforce existing societal structures or provide a sense of order, however grim. The acceptance of a curse allows for a simple, albeit fatalistic, explanation for misfortunes that might otherwise require complex, perhaps embarrassing, human reasons. It allows society to compartmentalize and even romanticize suffering within the elite, rather than confronting potentially uncomfortable truths about genetics, mental health, or the immense psychological pressures of maintaining an aristocratic facade. For the Duke himself, the curse provides a shield. It explains his perceived eccentricities, his isolation, and perhaps even his ultimate fate, without requiring him to expose a more personal, and potentially humiliating, vulnerability. It's easier to be seen as cursed than flawed in a mundane, human way. So, what are the practical application steps for us, the listeners, when faced with such grand narratives? First, cultivate a healthy skepticism. When you encounter a dramatic, seemingly supernatural explanation for a recurring phenomenon, especially one linked to power or reputation, pause and ask, what might be the more mundane, human explanation here? What is being protected by this narrative? Second, practice empathy. While the stories might be exaggerated, the suffering they describe is often real. The Duke genuinely suffers, whether from a curse or a hidden physical ailment. Understanding the pressures that drive people to construct or perpetuate such legends can open avenues for deeper compassion. Third, challenge your own assumptions. Are you quick to accept the most dramatic explanation, or do you dig deeper? This isn't about cynicism, but about a more profound engagement with truth. Now, the story progresses, and Father Brown, with his characteristic quiet acuity, begins to unravel this seemingly impenetrable mystery. He doesn't challenge the existence of the purple wig itself, but rather its source. He looks beyond the dramatic pronouncements of a curse and focuses on the observable, the physical. And what does he discover? The curse is not a supernatural blight, but a genetic condition, likely a form of porphyria or a similar rare blood disorder, which causes a specific physical symptom, purple discoloration of the hair, or perhaps even the skin, which the previous dukes have sought to conceal. The purple wig, then, is not a manifestation of a curse, but a deliberate disguise, a physical and psychological barrier. This is the brilliant reveal of the chapter. It's not magic, it's biology. It's not a divine punishment, it's a genetic predisposition. The purple wig is literal, but its significance is metaphorical. It represents the desperate effort to hide a physical reality that, in another context, might be considered a mere medical condition. But in the context of an aristocratic lineage, where perfection and an unblemished image were paramount, such a condition became a terrifying secret, something to be hidden at all costs. The psychological burden of the secret must have been immense, driving generations of dukes to perpetuate the curse narrative as a cover story. Imagine the anxiety, the constant fear of exposure, the elaborate measures taken to maintain the illusion. The curse becomes a more palatable explanation than a defect within the supposedly pure bloodline. For a real-world parallel, think of historical figures who were rumored to be cursed or touched, but whose conditions we would now recognize as treatable illnesses or genetic predispositions. Take the condition of hemophilia within European royal families, often called the royal disease. For generations, the tragic deaths and prolonged suffering caused by this genetic disorder were often It protects a fragile ego from perceived threats, such as criticism, judgment, or the exposure of imperfections. It creates a rigid self-image that must be constantly maintained, leading to tremendous anxiety and self-censorship. Vanity, a close cousin, focuses on external appearance and the approval of others. When one's identity is entirely wrapped up in how one is perceived, any deviation from that ideal image becomes a profound threat. The Duke's pride would not allow his lineage to be tainted by a mere physical anomaly, especially one that might be misinterpreted as a genetic weakness. His vanity would not allow him to appear anything less than perfectly noble, even if that nobility came wrapped in a tragic curse. The prison, then, is built brick by brick, not by external forces, but by internal anxieties and the desperate need to control perception. Father Brown's quiet wisdom lies in gently exposing the self-imposed nature of this captivity. He doesn't condemn the Duke's pride, but illuminates the suffering it causes. So, what are the practical application steps we can glean from this understanding of pride and vanity as prisons? First, practice self-awareness. Reflect on where you might be holding onto an image or a narrative about yourself that is no longer serving you, or that is causing you undue stress. Are there purple wigs in your own life, secrets or perceived flaws you're desperately trying to hide, thinking it protects you, but actually trapping you? Second, embrace authenticity. True liberation often comes from letting go of the need to be perceived as perfect, and instead, embracing your whole, imperfect self. This takes courage, but it allows for genuine connection and a profound sense of inner freedom. Third, cultivate humility. Not self-deprecation, but a realistic understanding of our place in the world, our strengths, and our vulnerabilities. Humility allows us to learn, to grow, and to connect with others on a deeper, more human level, free from the crushing weight of maintaining an impossible facade. Father Brown doesn't preach, he simply reveals the truth, allowing the characters, and us, to draw our own conclusions about the burdens we choose to carry. In summary, The Purple Wig is a masterclass in discerning truth from elaborate illusion. It reminds us that behind every grand curse or seemingly inexplicable aristocratic legend, there often lies a very human story, a secret born of fear, pride, and the desperate desire to protect an image. We've explored how journalists and society are drawn to the dramatic, how physical realities can be cloaked in supernatural narratives, and perhaps most importantly, how our own pride and vanity can construct invisible prisons, isolating us from truth and genuine connection. Father Brown, with his characteristic gentle wisdom, doesn't confront or accuse, he simply illuminates the simple, often embarrassing, truth that people have gone to extraordinary lengths to hide. His method reminds us to look beyond the sensational, to question the surface narrative, and to seek the underlying humanity in every situation. For it is in these quiet, often prosaic truths that the real wisdom, and often the real suffering, of human experience can be found. It is a powerful reminder that sometimes, the greatest act of courage is simply to be seen, without the disguise of a purple wig, without the shield of a manufactured curse, in all our authentic, imperfect glory. As we move forward, let us carry this wisdom with us, challenging the grand narratives that surround us, and within us, seeking the quiet, liberating truth, whatever form it may take. For in doing so, we not only understand the world more clearly, but we also free ourselves from the prisons of our own making. What other hidden truths, what other manufactured legends, might we encounter next? Join me again, as we continue our exploration of the profound insights offered by Father Brown. 10 Chapter 8, The Perishing of the Pendragons. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 8 of The Wisdom of Father Brown, a chapter titled The Perishing of the Pendragons. This particular narrative takes us on a journey not just into the heart of a mystery, but deep into the very essence of human belief, superstition, and the insidious grip of historical gloom. It's a story that beautifully illustrates how the wisdom of common sense can illuminate even the darkest corners of ancestral myth, dissolving fear with the gentle, persistent light of reason. In this chapter, we are invited to explore an atmosphere drenched in superstition, where the shadow of a supposedly doomed lineage hangs heavy, and where Father Brown, with his unassuming brilliance, steps in to clear away the suffocating fog of historical dread. Have you ever considered how easily we, as human beings, can become ensnared by grand narratives, particularly those steeped in tragedy and the supernatural? It's a compelling thought, isn't it? We often find ourselves drawn to the dramatic, to the idea of a curse, to the whispers of ghosts and fate, rather than the often more mundane, yet far more illuminating, truth that lies beneath. This story, dear friends, is a masterclass in dissecting that very human inclination. It delves into the psychology of how ancient tales, when left unchallenged and allowed to fester within the confines of an isolated environment, can twist perception, warp reality, and ultimately, even dictate the course of lives, sometimes with fatal consequences. We'll witness the slow, creeping dread that can permeate generations, turning a mere string of unfortunate events into an undeniable testament to a supernatural malediction. But more importantly, we'll observe how Father Brown, with his unique blend of shrewd observation and profound understanding of the human heart, gently but firmly peels back these layers of accumulated fear and romanticized tragedy, revealing the stark, yet liberating, truth of human agency and natural cause. It's a potent reminder that the most profound wisdom often resides not in arcane knowledge, but in the unwavering application of clear thought and a deep empathy for the human condition, dispelling the specters of the past not with exorcisms, but with simple, undeniable facts. Now, let us delve into the specific details that bring this potent narrative to life, starting with the very fabric of its setting. Our first crucial point is how the story so masterfully paints the picture of the swampy, decaying Pendragon estate. Imagine, if you will, a place where the very air feels thick with antiquity and decay. The narrative invites us to visualize a sprawling, ancient mansion, perhaps once grand, but now listing slightly, its stone facade stained with centuries of rain and neglect, its windows like vacant eyes staring out over a landscape that mirrors its own decline. This isn't just a house, it's a character in itself, breathing a palpable sense of dilapidation. Around it, the land lies low and sodden, a melancholic expanse of marshland where mists gather thickly, especially as dusk descends, clinging to the skeletal branches of ancient trees and rising like spectral breath from stagnant pools. The ground underfoot, if you were to walk there, would likely be squelchy and uncertain, a constant reminder of the encroaching wilderness. Inside, the air would be heavy with the scent of damp earth, decaying wood, and perhaps the faint, metallic tang of rust. Shadows would cling to every corner, even on the brightest day, making the spacious halls feel oppressive rather than grand. Dust motes dance in the infrequent shafts of light that pierce the gloom, illuminating forgotten relics and faded tapestries that whisper tales of a bygone era, an era that seems to have left its ghostly imprint upon everything. This meticulous depiction of the environment isn't merely descriptive, it's foundational to the entire mystery. It establishes an atmosphere of pervasive decay, both physical and metaphorical, setting the stage for the psychological drama that unfolds. It's a brilliant. Consider, for a moment, how this detailed environmental description functions in storytelling. Take for instance, Edgar Allan Poe's The Fall of the House of Usher. In that Gothic masterpiece, the decaying mansion isn't just a backdrop, it's intrinsically linked to the mental and physical deterioration of the Usher family. The crumbling facade, the dark tarn reflecting its gloom, the very atmosphere of sorrow that emanates from the building, these elements become indistinguishable from the character's own psychological torment and eventual demise. The house itself seems to breathe and suffer alongside its inhabitants, reinforcing the idea of a doomed lineage and an inescapable fate. Similarly, in Wuthering Heights, the bleak, windswept moors and the isolated, rugged farmhouse deeply influence the characters' wild passions and tragic lives, almost as if the landscape itself has shaped their raw, untamed spirits. These examples underscore how a setting, when crafted with such intentionality, transcends mere location. It becomes a powerful symbolic extension of the characters' inner worlds and the overarching themes of the narrative. From a psychological perspective, why does this matter so profoundly? Because our environment, both physical and perceived, exerts an immense influence on our psyche. A decaying, isolated, and mist-shrouded estate doesn't just look spooky, it feels spooky. It can foster feelings of claustrophobia, isolation, and vulnerability. When an individual is constantly surrounded by visual and sensory cues of deterioration and gloom, their mental state can become profoundly affected. The human mind is incredibly susceptible to suggestion and environmental priming. In such a setting, the slightest creak of a floorboard, the whisper of the wind through a broken pane, or the rustle of leaves in the perpetually damp air, can easily be misinterpreted through a lens of fear and expectation. The brain, seeking to make sense of ambiguous stimuli, will often default to explanations that align with pre-existing beliefs or narratives, especially when those narratives are as potent as an ancestral curse. This phenomenon is often linked to what psychologists call confirmation bias, where we tend to interpret new information in a way that confirms our existing beliefs. If you're told a house is cursed, every unexplained noise or shadow becomes evidence of that curse, further entrenching the belief. The oppressive atmosphere thus doesn't just set the stage, it actively cultivates a fertile ground for superstition, making the characters more prone to believing in the supernatural elements that are supposedly afflicting their family line. It blurs the lines between reality and imagination, making the extraordinary seem ordinary within that particular context. So, what practical applications can we, as listeners, draw from this masterful storytelling technique? Firstly, it encourages us to become more discerning observers of our own environments, both physical and metaphorical. Consider how the spaces you inhabit, your home, your workspace, even the digital spaces you frequent, might be subtly influencing your mood, your perceptions, and your beliefs. Is your living space cluttered and chaotic, contributing to a sense of mental clutter? Is your workplace sterile and unwelcoming, perhaps dampening your creativity? Recognizing these subtle influences is the first step towards agency. Secondly, when engaging with any story, or even real-life events, pay close attention to the setting. Ask yourself, how does this environment contribute to the mood? How does it shape the character's actions or reactions? Does it reinforce or contradict the prevailing narrative? This critical analysis allows us to appreciate the artistry of the storyteller while also developing a more nuanced understanding of the forces at play. And perhaps most importantly, it teaches us to be wary of environments that seem to actively foster negativity or fear. If a place makes you feel consistently uneasy or prone to irrational thoughts, it might be woe. This shift has profound psychological implications. It transforms fear of the unknown into a manageable problem, even if the solution is difficult. It empowers individuals by showing that while life is unpredictable, many things are not dictated by external, mystical forces, but by observable causes and effects. It's an affirmation of reason, a subtle rebellion against fatalism, and a powerful call to engage with the world critically rather than passively accepting supernatural explanations. So, how can we apply this in our own lives? Firstly, cultivate a habit of critical thinking. When faced with a perplexing problem or an alarming piece of news, resist the urge to immediately jump to the most dramatic or sensational explanation. Instead, pause and ask questions: what are the facts? What are the alternative explanations? What evidence supports each theory? Just as Father Brown looks for the faulty pipe rather than the ghost, we should look for the practical, often mundane, reasons behind challenging situations. Secondly, practice active observation. So often, we see but do not truly observe. Father Brown sees the small details that others overlook: the scuff mark on the floor, the peculiar angle of a fallen object, the subtle shift in a person's demeanor. By paying closer attention to our surroundings and the nuances of human behavior, we can gather more accurate information, which is the bedrock of sound deduction. Thirdly, challenge your own assumptions and biases. We all have preconceived notions that can lead us astray. Are you prone to believing in certain types of explanations more than others? Are you swayed by emotion or group consensus? Actively seeking out disconfirming evidence, or considering perspectives contrary to your own, is a powerful tool for intellectual honesty. Ultimately, the lesson is to approach life with a curious, logical, and open mind, seeking understanding rather than settling for comforting, yet often misleading, narratives. This isn't about cynicism, it's about clarity, about seeing the world as it truly is, rather than through the distorting lens of ancient fears or dramatic fictions. Finally, we arrive at the heart of Father Brown's unique contribution, acting as a beacon of common sense against morbid romance. The Pendragon family, steeped in their tragic history, doesn't just believe in the curse, they almost revel in it. There's a certain perverse pride, a morbid romance, in being part of a lineage destined for dramatic, supernatural demise. It's a narrative that elevates their suffering, making them unique, special even, in their misfortune. This inclination to romanticize tragedy, to prefer a grand, cursed narrative over the stark, often messy reality of human failings, is a powerful force. Father Brown, with his unassuming demeanor and his profound understanding of human nature derived from the confessional, sees through this facade. He doesn't preach or condemn, he simply brings a quiet, unwavering common sense to bear. He understands that the curse is often just a convenient excuse, a dramatic veil woven to cover up human negligence, avarice, or simple bad luck. His role is not to perform an exorcism on spectral entities, but to perform a kind of intellectual exorcism on the human mind, freeing it from the self-imposed prison of fantastical explanations. He shows them that while their pain is real, its source is earthly, human, and therefore, potentially addressable. He gently yet firmly steers them away from wallowing in a romanticized doom towards a more grounded, and ultimately more liberating, understanding of their circumstances. His wisdom isn't flashy, it's the solid, unshakable wisdom of someone who sees the human heart for what it is, both capable of great sin and great redemption, but always operating within the natural, rather than the supernatural, order of things. He offers them the chance to shed the burden of an imagined curse and confront the very real, very human challenges that truly beset them. Consider the literary trope of the tragic hero or the doomed love. In summing up this insightful chapter, the perishing of the Pendragons stands as a vivid testament to the enduring power of human superstition, the seductive allure of a doomed lineage, and Father Brown's unparalleled ability to pierce through the thickest historical gloom with the simple, yet profound, light of reason. We've seen how the very environment of the Pendragon estate acts as a silent conspirator, fostering an atmosphere ripe for belief in a curse, blurring the lines between decaying masonry and a decaying family fate. We've explored how Father Brown's genius lies not in confronting the supernatural with counter-supernatural means, but in meticulously applying practical deduction, revealing the mundane, human origins of what others dismiss as inescapable fate. And crucially, we've witnessed his gentle yet firm stance against the insidious grip of morbid romance, reminding us that truth, however plain, is ultimately more empowering and liberating than any dramatic, fabricated tragedy. This chapter, dear listeners, is a powerful reminder to all of us to critically examine the stories we inherit, the narratives we construct, and the environments we inhabit. It challenges us to look beyond the sensational, to question the seemingly unexplainable, and to recognize that the most profound wisdom often resides in the humble application of common sense and a deep, empathetic understanding of human nature. As we move forward in our journey through the wisdom of Father Brown, we'll continue to see how this quiet priest, through his unique blend of insight and humility, continues to unravel the tangled threads of human folly and deception, always bringing us closer to a clearer, more rational, and ultimately, more hopeful understanding of the world around us. And with that thought, we prepare to turn the page to our next chapter, ready for further revelations from this most unassuming of detectives. Chapter 9, The God of the Gongs. Welcome, dear listener, to a profound exploration of another captivating mystery from the mind of G.K. Chesterton, as we delve into Chapter 9, The God of the Gongs. This particular chapter invites us to peel back the polished surface of convention and cast our gaze upon the shadowy intricacies that often lie hidden in plain sight, particularly within environments we typically associate with lightheartedness and ease. Our journey today takes us into the unsettling heart of a seaside resort, a place synonymous with holidays and sun-drenched relaxation, yet here, we discover a realm where secrets fester, where marginalization breeds its own dark power, and where the unseen orchestrate the unknown. Our core concept for this chapter, indeed, is to navigate the dark underbelly of a seemingly idyllic seaside resort and to uncover the profound secrets of marginalization. Think for a moment about your own experiences with holiday towns. They are designed, aren't they, to be havens of escape, places where the mundane worries of everyday life are temporarily suspended, replaced by the rhythm of the waves and the promise of new experiences. But what happens when that superficial charm, that carefully constructed facade, begins to crack? What forgotten narratives, what unspoken truths, might leak through those fissures? Chesterton, with Father Brown as our gentle guide, masterfully unveils how places of public joy can also become the perfect crucible for clandestine activities, precisely because the sheer volume of ordinary happiness acts as an almost impenetrable cloak for the extraordinary and the sinister. It's a testament to human nature's complexity, revealing how readily we tend to overlook what doesn't fit our preconceived notions, especially in places where we expect only pleasant diversions. Marginalization, at its heart, is about being pushed to the periphery, about individuals or groups being deemed insignificant, irrelevant, or simply not worth noticing by the dominant societal narrative. In a bustling seaside town, the marginalized might be the street sweepers, the itinerant entertainers, the elderly residents fading into the background, the peculiar eccentrics dismissed as harmless cranks. But what if these very individuals, precisely because they are overlooked, possess a unique vantage point, a network of communication, or even a hidden power structure that the mainstream society is utterly blind to? The God of the Gongs hints at such a structure, suggesting a ritualistic, perhaps even cult-like, organization that finds its adherents among those cast aside or ignored. This isn't merely a story of crime, it's a profound sociological commentary, urging us to question who truly holds power, and from where that power truly emanates. Is it always from the visible, the prominent, the celebrated? Or can it sometimes bloom in the shadows, nurtured by neglect and the unique bonds formed by shared exclusion? Let's now turn our attention to the key points that illuminate this fascinating concept, beginning with the eerie contrast between a sunny holiday town and the chilling reality of secret societies within its midst. Imagine, if you will, the quintessential English seaside resort. Picture the brightly striped deck chairs neatly arranged on the golden sand, the joyful shrieks of children splashing in the gentle lapping waves, the distinct aroma of salt and vinegar wafting from a nearby chip shop, perhaps the distant, tinny strains of a pier organ. Everything about it screams leisure, openness, unburdened happiness, a vibrant tapestry of shared public enjoyment. Yet, beneath this veneer of sun-drenched gaiety, Chapter 9 of The Wisdom of Father Brown introduces us to a fascinating and deeply unsettling paradox, the existence of a clandestine, even sinister, secret society operating directly within the very heart of this public spectacle. Is there anything more unnerving than a dark shadow cast by the brightest midday sun? This isn't just about a hidden alleyway, it's about a hidden worldview thriving unnoticed amidst. Ask yourself, what might be deliberately hidden here? What narratives are being emphasized, and which are being subtly suppressed? This isn't about fostering paranoia, but rather about developing a more nuanced and critical perspective on the world around you. It's about understanding that appearances can be profoundly deceiving, and that true wisdom often involves looking beyond the immediate, surface-level presentation to grasp the deeper, more complex realities that underpin it. When you visit a beautiful place, allow yourself to enjoy its aesthetic, but also acknowledge that beauty is just one layer of reality, and beneath it, other truths, both mundane and extraordinary, might be silently playing out. Our second key point delves into decoding the hidden language of the gongs. The very title of the chapter, The God of the Gongs, immediately conjures images of ancient rituals, esoteric symbols, and a communication system that operates outside the realm of ordinary speech. Gongs, in many cultures, are not merely musical instruments, they are tools for ceremony, for signaling, for marking significant moments. In the context of a secret society, their sound becomes a coded language, a series of deliberate vibrations meant to convey meaning to the initiated while remaining mere noise to the uninitiated. Consider the rich history of hidden communication throughout human civilization. From the elaborate codes used by spies during wartime to the secret handshakes and passwords of fraternal organizations, or even the nuanced body language and slang within specific subcultures, the human need to communicate exclusively and discreetly is a powerful one. Think of the intricate drumming languages of West African cultures, where complex messages are conveyed across vast distances through rhythmic patterns, understood only by those who share the code. Or imagine the specific sequences of lights or flags used by mariners, signals that are utterly meaningless to a casual observer but hold life or death significance for those who understand their grammar. The gongs in our story serve a similar purpose. They are a powerful, nonverbal language that binds the members of the secret society, reinforcing their collective identity and marking their rituals. They might signify a gathering, a warning, a command, or even a sacred invocation. Their very sound separates the us from the them. Psychologically, the power of a hidden language like that of the gongs is immense. It taps into our fundamental human need for belonging and exclusivity. To be able to decode a secret message, to understand a signal that others cannot, instills a profound sense of shared knowledge and collective identity. It creates a powerful in-group dynamic, where members feel uniquely connected and distinct from the outside world. This exclusivity fosters loyalty, trust, and a shared purpose, all of which are crucial for the cohesion and survival of any secret society. Conversely, for those outside the group, the mysterious sounds create an unsettling sense of exclusion and intrigue, highlighting their ignorance and the hidden power that operates just beyond their comprehension. This dynamic can be incredibly alluring for those seeking a sense of purpose or belonging, especially if they feel marginalized in their everyday lives. To be chosen to understand the gongs, after all, grants a status that society might have otherwise denied them. For the listener, the practical application of understanding this hidden language concept extends far beyond literal gongs. It encourages you to become more attuned to the myriad forms of nonverbal communication and the unspoken codes that exist in your own life and in society at large. How do different groups you encounter professional, social, familial communicate subtly? What are the unspoken rules, the subtle cues, the shared assumptions that bind them together? Are there particular phrases, gestures, or even silences that hold deeper meaning within specific contexts? By cultivating this awareness, you can develop a more. It's a masterful psychological and sociological treatise, inviting us to peer beyond the cheerful facade of a seaside holiday resort to uncover a world of secrets, exclusion, and unexpected power. We've explored the disquieting contrast between sun-drenched gaiety and clandestine societies, a contrast that amplifies suspense and challenges our most basic assumptions about safety. We've decoded the hidden language of the gongs, understanding how secret communication creates powerful bonds and reinforces group identity among the initiated. And most importantly, we've reflected on society's pervasive tendency to ignore those hiding in plain sight, uncovering the profound implications of marginalization for both the overlooked and the overseer. As we conclude our deep dive into this particular chapter, remember that the wisdom of Father Brown consistently reminds us that evil often lurks not in the grotesque or the obvious, but in the subtle subversion of the familiar, in the unexpected places, and through the hands of the most unexpected people. His gentle yet piercing gaze teaches us that true perception requires both empathy and a willingness to question everything, especially our own comforting prejudices. By applying these insights, by looking beyond the surface, by listening for the unspoken, and by truly seeing the invisible, we too can begin to unravel the complex mysteries of human nature and society that Chesterton so brilliantly illuminates. Thank you for joining me on this thought-provoking journey. Until our next chapter, may your own observations be keen and your understanding of the world around you ever more profound. Chapter 10, The Salad of Colonel Cray. Welcome, dear listeners, to another profound exploration into the mind and mysteries of G.K. Chesterton's inimitable Father Brown. Today, we delve into Chapter 10, The Salad of Colonel Cray, a tale that brilliantly peels back layers of assumed complexity to reveal the stark, simple truth underneath. It is a story that challenges our perceptions of fear, particularly those fears we import from distant lands, and juxtaposes them with the very human, very local roots of malice. This particular chapter offers us a fascinating lens through which to examine a pervasive human tendency, the allure of the exotic in explaining the inexplicable, often at the expense of recognizing the more mundane, yet far more dangerous, forms of evil that reside much closer to home. Our deep dive today centers on the concept of examining the exotic fears brought home from the empire and the reality of localized malice. Chesterton masterfully uses the setting of Colonel Cray, a retired colonial officer, to establish this theme with remarkable clarity. Cray is presented to us as a man steeped in the exotic, a true product of his time and his service to the British Empire. His home, we learn, is not merely a dwelling, but a veritable museum of strange artifacts, souvenirs of his adventures in far-off lands. His habits are peculiar, his past filled with accounts of encounters with native magic, strange cults, and the perceived malevolence of indigenous populations. He embodies the British Empire's fascination and sometimes dread of the Oriental mystery or native magic, a cultural phenomenon where the unknown aspects of colonized lands were often romanticized or, more often, demonized. This creates an atmosphere where the extraordinary seems not just plausible, but almost expected. Now, imagine for a moment the psychological landscape of someone like Colonel Cray, or indeed, the society he inhabits. What happens when fears, born of distant lands and unfamiliar cultures, are brought home, tucked away alongside exotic curios and faded photographs? They don't simply vanish. Instead, they transform, lingering as a pervasive sense of unease, a readiness to believe in the bizarre, the supernatural, the otherworldly explanation for anything untoward. It's a testament to the human mind's capacity for elaborate projection, isn't it? We project our own anxieties, our own guilt, perhaps even our own unconscious desires for a more dramatic reality, onto these imported narratives. The very idea that a man like Colonel Cray, who might have dealt harshly with natives or desecrated sacred sites during his colonial service, could fall victim to an exotic curse or native poison resonates deeply with a certain kind of poetic justice, doesn't it? It feels almost satisfyingly dramatic, a narrative that fits within the grand tapestry of imperial fears and retributions. However, Chesterton, through Father Brown, gently but firmly dismantles this elaborate facade, demonstrating that while the fears may be exotic, the malice is often stubbornly, terrifyingly localized and human. Let's consider a real-world storytelling example to illustrate this point. Think of the countless tales spun by soldiers returning from war zones, particularly from conflicts in lands vastly different from their own. Perhaps a soldier recounts a story of a mysterious illness that plagued his unit after they disturbed an ancient burial site, attributing it to an ancestral curse. The illness was real, the symptoms debilitating, and the fear palpable. Yet, upon closer inspection, away from the heightened emotions and cultural narratives of the war zone, it might be discovered that the soldiers were simply exposed to a common local pathogen, perhaps from contaminated water or insect bites, that their Western immune systems were not prepared for. The exotic explanation of a curse provided a dramatic, albeit misleading, framework for understanding a difficult reality. It served to categorize the unknown into a familiar, albeit supernatural, box. Psychologically, why does this matter so much? The belladonna, a plant native to the English countryside, could easily be mistaken for a harmless herb, especially by someone not intimately familiar with botany, or by someone deliberately wanting to mislead. The genius of the crime lay in its simplicity, cloaked in the victim's own eccentricities and the prevalent fear of the unknown. This particular type of disguise, transforming the mundane into the mysterious, is incredibly effective because it taps into our innate human fascination with the forbidden and the strange. Why search for a simple explanation when a more thrilling, mysterious one presents itself? It's far more dramatic to imagine a silent, vengeful native assassin using an obscure toxin known only to their tribe than to consider the possibility of a common plant. The exotic curse or ancient poison offers a convenient narrative that neatly explains the inexplicable without requiring deep investigation into local human motives. It provides a level of psychological distance, making the event feel less immediate, less personal, and therefore, perhaps, less terrifying in its implications for society at large. To offer a real-world storytelling example, consider the narrative often perpetuated in various forms of popular culture, from adventure novels to horror films, where ancient artifacts are depicted as carrying curses. Think of a story where a group of archaeologists excavates a tomb, only for members of the team to begin experiencing a series of misfortunes, strange illnesses, accidents, even death. The immediate, dramatic explanation is an ancient curse, a vengeful spirit protecting the tomb. However, the mundane reality, when meticulously investigated, might reveal something entirely different. Perhaps the tomb contained ancient spores of a deadly fungus, or toxic gases that slowly poisoned the unsuspecting researchers. The belief in a curse, fueled by local legends and the eerie atmosphere, provided a compelling, yet utterly misleading, explanation for what was a purely scientific, biological hazard. The exotic narrative served to sensationalize the events, making them more thrilling, but also obscuring the actual cause and preventing a proper understanding of the danger. Psychologically, why do we fall for these exotic disguises? The appeal of the unknown is immense, isn't it? We are inherently drawn to mysteries, especially those that hint at forces beyond our comprehension. This fascination can easily morph into a fear of what we don't understand, leading us to attribute malevolent intent to anything unfamiliar. Furthermore, there's a powerful element of confirmation bias at play. If we already harbor anxieties about the other or believe in the power of ancient curses, any strange occurrence will be interpreted through that pre-existing lens. It allows for a projection of our own anxieties onto the other, creating a convenient scapegoat and deflecting suspicion from the mundane, often uncomfortable, truths. This inherent human desire for a grander, more dramatic explanation often overrides our capacity for rational analysis, making us receptive to even the most improbable theories when they are cloaked in sufficient mystery. For practical application steps, how can you, as a discerning individual, identify when something is being disguised with an exotic veneer? First, practice rigorous critical thinking. When faced with an explanation that seems overly elaborate or relies heavily on cultural specificities you don't fully grasp, ask probing questions. What are the immediate, observable facts? Second, always question assumptions. Just because something looks foreign or sounds ancient doesn't automatically mean it's the culprit. Consider whether the supposed exotic element is actually functioning as a convenient distraction. Third, actively seek the simplest explanation first. This isn't about dismissing genuine cultural beliefs, but about distinguishing between them and cynical manipulation. The extraordinary claims often require extraordinary evidence, and in the absence of such evidence. Finally, develop your own integrity and self-awareness to recognize when your own desires might cloud your judgment or tempt you towards similar pitfalls. This brings us to our third and final key point, emphasizing Father Brown's focus on the ordinary nature of evil. This is, perhaps, the most profound lesson from Chesterton's tales. Father Brown consistently looks past the sensational and the dramatic. He grounds himself in human nature and common sins. In Colonel Cray's case, he immediately dismisses the exotic theories of curses and jungle poisons. His attention is drawn not to the far-flung, but to the common, the local, the domestic. The belladonna growing in the English countryside, not imported from some distant jungle, becomes the crucial detail. His understanding of human sin, rather than supernatural evil, is his most potent tool. He knows that human beings are capable of great wickedness without the need for spirits or spells. Plain, old-fashioned malice and temptation are more than sufficient. Isn't it remarkable how often we overlook the obvious in favor of the obscure? Father Brown's genius lies in his humility, his refusal to be impressed by grand theories when simple explanations suffice. He understands that evil doesn't always come dressed in exotic robes. More often, it wears the familiar clothes of a neighbor, a relative, or even oneself. His insight stems from his deep understanding of the human heart, gleaned not from travel to distant lands, but from the confessional, where he hears the daily struggles and sins of ordinary people. He sees the continuity of sin across cultures and across time, recognizing its universal patterns rather than its superficial disguises. He's not looking for an external, foreign monster, but for the moral failings within the human soul. For a real-world storytelling example, consider the narrative of a seasoned, no-nonsense police detective who arrives at a seemingly impossible crime scene. Perhaps a locked room mystery where all the evidence points to a supernatural event or an elaborate, untraceable method. While others on the force might theorize about ghosts or master criminals with unprecedented technology, this detective meticulously examines the mundane details, the dust on the floor, the positioning of a chair, the subtle draft from a window, the habits of the deceased. They don't dismiss the sensational, but they always start with the logical and the commonplace. Like Sherlock Holmes, who often had to dissuade his clients from their dramatic theories before presenting a grounded, logical solution, such a character embodies the principle of looking for the simplest explanation before resorting to the complex. The impossibility often dissolves under the careful scrutiny of ordinary facts and human behavior. Psychologically, why do we exhibit this bias towards complexity? Perhaps it makes life feel more exciting, more mysterious, less mundane. Or it might serve as a defense mechanism, deflecting us from confronting the simple, often uncomfortable truths about ourselves and our communities. Accepting a simple answer can sometimes feel less profound, less intellectually stimulating, than unraveling a grand conspiracy. There's a certain intellectual pride that can lead us to seek out complicated explanations, making us feel clever for discerning intricate plots. However, Father Brown demonstrates the intellectual humility required to accept a simple answer, especially when it points to common human failings. It takes courage, in a way, to admit that the bogeyman is often just a greedy neighbor, not a vengeful spirit. So, what are the practical application steps for you to cultivate this Father Brown-esque focus on the ordinary nature of evil? First, adopt the principle of Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is often the correct one. Don't immediately leap to the most complex or dramatic theory when a simpler, more plausible one exists. Second, train yourself to observe the details of everyday life. Father Brown's power comes from seeing what others overlook. Chapter 11, The Strange Crime of John Bulnois. Welcome, dear listeners, to another profound exploration into the intricacies of human nature, as unveiled by the remarkable insights of G.K. Chesterton's Father Brown. Today, we turn our attention to one of the most intellectually stimulating and psychologically unsettling cases in his repertoire, Chapter 11, The Strange Crime of John Bulnois. This particular narrative is a masterclass in challenging our initial perceptions, urging us to look beyond the surface, and compelling us to consider the often hidden motives that drive even the most seemingly straightforward human tragedies. Our journey through this chapter will deeply explore a core concept, the critical necessity of looking deeply into crimes of passion, crimes of intellect, and perhaps most importantly, the profound misdirection of public sympathy. What does it truly mean when we are so readily drawn to one explanation over another? How often do our own biases, our preconceived notions of who is good and who is evil, who is the victim and who is the perpetrator, lead us astray? This story, more than many others, asks us to dismantle those immediate reactions and delve into the more chilling, subtle machinations of the human mind. It forces us to confront the fact that often, the most dangerous crimes are not those born of sudden, uncontrollable rage, but rather those meticulously crafted by a calculating intellect, deliberately designed to manipulate the perceptions and sympathies of an entire society. We will unpack how a crime can appear to be one thing, a passionate outburst, when, in fact, it is an elaborate, cold-blooded act of intellectual malice, and how easily an unsuspecting public can be swayed into believing a carefully constructed narrative of victimhood and villainy. Now, let us begin our detailed exploration by setting the stage for this compelling narrative, a scene that initially appears to be a classic, almost archetypal, love triangle gone tragically wrong. We are introduced to the central figures, John Bulnois, a man of profound philosophical intellect, widely respected for his detached reasoning and logical mind, a true bastion of rational thought. His very demeanor radiates composure and academic gravitas. Arrayed against him, or so it seems, is James Todhunter, a figure of dramatic romanticism, known for his flamboyant charm, his passionate declarations, and his magnetic personality. These two men, diametrically opposed in temperament and public persona, find themselves entangled in a rivalry for the affections of a single woman, creating the fertile ground for what the world immediately perceives as a classic tragedy. Then, the seemingly inevitable catastrophe strikes. Todhunter is discovered dead in Bulnois' study, a pistol, Bulnois' own pistol, no less, clutched in his hand, a wound suggesting self-inflicted demise. The room is locked from the inside, sealing off any easy explanation of external interference. To add to the macabre tableau, Todhunter is found strangely adorned in Bulnois' luxurious fur coat, a detail that is peculiar, to say the least. The immediate, almost instinctive reaction of the police, and indeed of the general public, is to leap to the conclusion of a crime of passion. The narrative writes itself. The cool, rational philosopher, driven to the brink by jealousy and the emotional turmoil of a love triangle, finally snaps, his intellectual veneer cracking under the immense pressure of raw, primal human emotion. He must have either murdered his rival and then meticulously staged the suicide, or perhaps, in a fit of rage, provoked Todhunter into taking his own life. This, after all, is the dramatic, easily digestible story that human nature so often craves. To illustrate this initial setup and its powerful misdirection, consider the storytelling example of countless film noirs from the mid-20th century. Think of films like Double Indemnity or The Postman Always Rings Twice, where the audience is immediately presented with a scenario that, on its face, screams of a clear, undeniable motive, usually love, lust, or greed, and a seemingly obvious culprit or victim. The femme fatale, the wronged spouse, the desperate lover, these archetypes are designed to evoke an immediate, visceral reaction, guiding our sympathies and suspicions down a well-worn path. We are conditioned by years of narrative to expect certain outcomes from certain character types, and the initial presentation of Bulnois and Todhunter plays directly into these established tropes. Psychologically speaking, this immediate leap to a crime of passion in the Bulnois case is profoundly significant. It highlights our inherent human biases and the powerful role that preconceived notions play in our initial understanding of events. We are, by nature, pattern-seeking creatures, and when faced with a dramatic situation, especially one involving the potent forces of love and rivalry, we instinctively seek out familiar narratives. The idea of the detached intellectual succumbing to primitive emotion holds a certain dramatic appeal, fulfilling a common psychological desire to see the powerful brought low, or to witness the triumph of raw human feeling over cold logic. We project our own emotional understandings and societal expectations onto the characters, often attributing motives that fit our existing frameworks rather than truly examining the often more complex and uncomfortable reality. This phenomenon is rooted in cognitive biases such as the availability heuristic, where we favor readily available and emotionally resonant explanations, and confirmation bias, where we seek out information that supports our initial gut feeling. So, how can we apply this understanding practically in our own lives, beyond the realm of fictional crime? The first step is to recognize these initial biases when they arise, whether in understanding interpersonal conflicts, interpreting news events, or even making everyday decisions. When faced with a dramatic situation that seems to have an obvious explanation, pause. Ask yourself, what narrative am I immediately drawn to, and why? Actively challenge your first assumption. Instead of asking who must have done it, ask who could have done. When someone presents themselves as purely a victim, or another as purely a villain, ask what agenda might be served by such a stark portrayal. Recognize that manipulative behavior often disguises itself as vulnerability, passion, or even noble self-sacrifice. Pay attention to inconsistencies, to details that don't quite fit the tidy narrative, just as Father Brown notices the fur coat and the specific manner of Todd Hunter's death. This means developing a critical eye for human behavior, discerning the difference between genuine emotion and performative acts, and understanding that true character often reveals itself in subtle nuances rather than overt declarations. It's about protecting yourself from psychological manipulation by recognizing its myriad forms, even when cloaked in the guise of tragedy or romance. Finally, we arrive at the profound, quiet tragedy that underpins the strange crime of John Bulnois, the tragedy of the human ego, both its destructive power and the quiet suffering it can inflict. John Bulnois, the philosopher, stands as the quiet, unwitting victim of this intricate plot. His tragedy lies not in having committed a passionate crime, but in almost being framed for one by an act of cold, intellectual malice so devious that it nearly destroyed his reputation, his freedom, and his very life. His quiet dignity, his characteristic composure, which in any other circumstance would be seen as a strength, is misinterpreted by a sensationalist public as evidence of guilt, a sign of a hardened, unfeeling heart capable of murder. He endures the psychological torment of being perceived as a monster, simply because his manner does not conform to the public's expectation of how a grieving or innocent man should behave. And what of Todd Hunter's tragedy? It is equally profound, though of a vastly different nature. His life culminates not in love or glory, but in an act of ultimate spite, a desperate, narcissistic craving for attention that leads him to weaponize his own death. His final act is a testament to the destructive power of an unchecked ego, a vanity so pervasive that it prefers to orchestrate ruin from beyond the grave rather than accept a perceived personal defeat. He dies not for love, but for a twisted form of control and the bitter satisfaction of seeing his rival fall. His brilliance, his charm, his romantic flair, are all ultimately subsumed by a deep-seated malevolence, revealing a profound emptiness and cruelty beneath the polished exterior. Father Brown's genius, his unique form of wisdom, lies precisely in his ability to perceive this underlying psychology. He sees past the sensational headlines, past the public's clamor for a simple, emotional explanation. He understands that Benoit's quietness is not a sign of guilt, but rather a reflection of his intellectual processing, perhaps even a shock at the sheer, unfathomable malice directed at him. He intuitively grasps that Todhunter's act, far from being a passionate suicide, is a calculated performance, a theatrical staging of death for the purpose of malicious revenge. Father Brown's insight cuts through the misdirection, exposing the insidious nature of intellectual villainy and the quiet suffering of those who are misunderstood or unjustly accused. He recognizes that true evil can often hide behind a facade of vulnerability, and that true virtue can be found in quiet steadfastness. As a storytelling example of this profound tragedy of ego, consider characters like Captain Ahab in Moby Dick. His relentless pursuit of the white whale, driven by an obsessive need for revenge and a titanic ego, ultimately leads to his own destruction and the demise of his entire crew. It's not about material gain or a love triangle, it's about a man consumed by his own pride and desire for control, leading to a profound, self-inflicted tragedy. Or, in a more modern context, characters whose entire lives are built around maintaining a perfect image, only to have that image shatter, revealing a devastating emptiness beneath, leading to desperate and often death. Chapter 12, The Fairy Tale of Father Brown. Welcome, dear listeners, to Chapter 12 of The Wisdom of Father Brown, a chapter that elegantly folds the chilling grandeur of a Carpathian fairy tale into the stark, human reality of a modern murder. As we journey with Father Brown through this final, profound investigation, we confront not merely a cunning crime, but a deep philosophical reflection on death, the often elusive nature of justice, and that ultimate, leveling force which strips away all pretense and privilege, the equalizer of mortality itself. This is where the detective's work transcends mere puzzle solving and ventures into the very heart of the human condition, inviting us to ponder the depths of our own capacities for both good and ill. In this enthralling narrative, we witness Father Brown, accompanied by his perennial companion Flambeau, venturing into the remote and mist-shrouded Carpathian mountains, summoned to an ancient, decaying castle steeped in a grim legend. Here, the very stones whisper of a centuries-old tragedy, the grand historical murder of a prince, slain by his own brother during a fateful hunting expedition, a fratricide that spawned a pervasive family curse and tales of a restless, spectral presence. This Gothic backdrop provides the perfect stage for a seemingly supernatural disappearance, a disappearance that the local populace, steeped in folklore and fear, readily attributes to the malevolent spirits of the past. The stage is set with all the dramatic flair of an ancient tragedy, full of the kind of operatic despair and historical weight that makes for compelling legend. But beneath the layers of myth and history, Father Brown senses something far more immediate, far more humanly contrived. Think for a moment about how historical narratives, whether genuine or embellished, can so profoundly shape our present perceptions. Consider the enduring legends surrounding figures like Vlad the Impaler, or the persistent rumors of royal scandals in ancient courts. These stories, often gruesome and sensational, are frequently invoked to explain contemporary events, or even to provide a convenient smoke screen for them. Psychologically, this matters immensely because humans are intrinsically storytellers. We seek patterns and meaning, even if it means bending the present to fit a compelling past. Our minds gravitate towards dramatic narratives, finding comfort or terror in their established arcs, sometimes to the detriment of clear-sighted observation. When a story is powerful enough, it can blind us to simpler, more mundane truths, or even be exploited by those seeking to manipulate our fears and beliefs. So, how can we practically apply this understanding? The next time you encounter a grand narrative, particularly one that seems too perfectly aligned with a current event, pause and critically evaluate. Ask yourself, is this historical parallel truly explanatory, or is it being used to distract, to justify, or to mystify? Cultivate a healthy skepticism towards any story that demands absolute acceptance without evidence beyond its own dramatic appeal. Look for the deliberate invocation of legend as a tool, rather than as an organic explanation. Moving deeper into Father Brown's methodology, the chapter masterfully illustrates how he doesn't merely observe facts, he reads the very landscape and the tapestry of history as profound clues. The crumbling castle walls, the dense, foreboding forests, the convoluted family tree, and the spectral sightings are not just decorative elements, they are pieces of a meticulously crafted puzzle, or rather, a deliberately constructed illusion. He sees through the fairy tale, the elaborate concoction of ghosts and ancient curses, to discern the hand of a modern perpetrator. Father Brown understands that the current crime is not simply happening in a historical setting, but is actively using that setting, mimicking and twisting its legends to conceal its true nature. He isn't swayed by the theatricality of the ghost of the murdered prince, realizing it's nothing more than a carefully manipulated effigy. He perceives the stagecraft, the clever arrangement of props and performances designed to project an antique horror, masking a very present, very human evil. His mind pieces together the details of the alleged haunting, a window here, a particular silhouette there, the nature of the terrain, and realizes these are not supernatural occurrences, but mundane effects orchestrated with cunning precision. Consider the work of an astute art historian examining a painting from a particular period. They don't just see the brush strokes, they read the social context, the political climate, the artist's personal history, the stylistic trends of the era, and even the economics of art patronage to understand the complete story behind the canvas. Similarly, a skilled detective might look at the seemingly random graffiti on a city wall or the particular flora in a murder victim's garden, not as mere background detail, but as potential signatures of a subculture, an alibi, or a hidden message. Psychologically, this deep reading matters because our environments are rarely neutral, they are imbued with human intention, history, and narrative. Learning to read our surroundings beyond their surface appeal. Regardless of wealth, power, or elaborate deception, death ultimately levels all, bringing an end to all schemes and exposing the truth that often lies hidden beneath layers of carefully constructed narratives. Justice, in his view, is not merely about punishment, but about the profound revelation of truth, about stripping away the lies and facing the raw reality of what humans are capable of. This journey with Father Brown continually reminds us that the greatest mysteries are often not found in the fantastical, but in the profound, often unsettling, depths of the human heart. And so, we continue our journey, ever more attuned to the subtle truths hidden in plain sight, and forever questioning the stories we are told. 7-Day Action Plan, Applying Father Brown's Wisdom. Welcome back, listeners, as we embark on a deeply enriching journey, transforming the profound insights of Father Brown into a practical, week-long action plan designed to sharpen your own perceptions and deepen your understanding of the world around you. We're moving beyond mere appreciation of his genius to actively integrating his wisdom into your daily life. This isn't about solving fictional mysteries, it's about unraveling the everyday enigmas of human behavior, fostering stronger connections, and developing a more empathetic worldview. Are you ready to see your world with new eyes? Our core mission for this chapter is to translate the detective's unparalleled observational skills and his profound empathy into a tangible, week-long guide that you can immediately apply. Father Brown didn't just notice details, he understood their implications, delving into the human heart to find the truth. He looked past superficial appearances, past the obvious, to the deeper motivations and struggles that truly shape individuals. And crucially, he did so with a remarkable absence of immediate judgment, allowing a richer, more accurate picture to emerge. How often do we rush to judgment, missing the true story unfolding right before us? This plan aims to retune that innate human tendency. Let's begin with the first segment of our action plan, spanning day 1 through day 3, the dedicated practice of active listening and observing without immediate judgment. This foundational step is absolutely crucial. Think of Father Brown in a bustling London street or a quiet English village. He wasn't just hearing sounds, he was interpreting the symphony of human experience, seeing the nuances in body language, the slight hesitation in a voice, the unspoken anxieties in a hurried glance. Consider the story of a young marketing professional named Sarah, who often found herself frustrated with a colleague, Mark. Mark was quiet, rarely offered opinions in meetings, and often seemed to be staring blankly into space. Sarah, like many of us, quickly concluded he was disengaged, perhaps even lazy, assuming he simply wasn't pulling his weight. This judgment, born of her own biases towards extroversion and immediate participation, colored all her interactions with him. She spoke to him less, included him less, and privately considered him a drag on the team. However, on a team-building retreat, Sarah decided to intentionally practice Father Brown observation. She didn't press Mark for input, but simply watched him during a brainstorming session. She noticed how, while others spoke, his eyes would track the conversation, occasionally pausing on a specific idea, a subtle frown creasing his brow, before a slow, almost imperceptible nod would form. Later, when the team was struggling with a complex problem, Mark, after a long silence, quietly offered a solution that was not only brilliant but demonstrated a deep understanding of the problem that no one else had articulated. Sarah realized her initial judgment had been entirely wrong. Mark wasn't disengaged, he was a deep, reflective thinker, processing information internally before offering incredibly valuable, well-considered insights. Her immediate judgment had prevented her from seeing his true genius. From a psychological perspective, this matters profoundly because our brains are wired for efficiency, often creating shortcuts through cognitive biases. We fall prey to things like the fundamental attribution error, where we tend to overemphasize personality-based explanations for others' behavior while underemphasizing situational explanations. Sarah assumed Mark was lazy, a personality trait, rather than considering he might be thoughtful, a different way of engaging. We also battle confirmation bias, seeking out information that confirms our pre-existing beliefs and dismissing anything that contradicts them. By actively delaying judgment, we provide our minds with the opportunity to gather more accurate, nuanced data before locking into a potentially flawed conclusion. It opens the door to EMP. Throughout your day, whenever you form an immediate, strong opinion about someone, positive or negative, pause and jot it down. Then, ask yourself, what assumptions did I just make? What evidence did I use? Was my judgment based on objective facts, or did it involve stereotypes, past experiences, or a quick read of their appearance or background? Actively seek out perspectives that challenge your initial thoughts. If you find yourself judging someone's intelligence based on their accent, for instance, make a conscious effort to listen intently to their words, separating their message from the way it's delivered. This deliberate introspection begins to dismantle those ingrained, unhelpful shortcuts. Finally, for days 6 and 7, we arrive at the profound practice of cultivating humility by acknowledging your own flaws before criticizing others. This is perhaps the deepest well of Father Brown's wisdom. He understood that true empathy comes not from superiority, but from recognizing our shared human condition, our universal struggles, and our individual imperfections. He saw the potential for sin in himself, which allowed him to understand it in others, not with condemnation, but with a profound, sorrowful insight. Consider Maria, a mother who found herself constantly critical of her teenage daughter's messy room, her procrastination, and her perceived lack of responsibility. Maria would often launch into lectures, feeling righteous in her indignation. However, after reflecting on Father Brown's approach, she began to genuinely examine her own life. She remembered her own teenage years, filled with anxieties about fitting in, struggles with organization, and moments of rebellion. She thought about her own current imperfections, the stack of unanswered emails she was avoiding, the cluttered corner of her own office, the times she'd put off important tasks. This wasn't about excusing her daughter's behavior, but about understanding it through the lens of shared human fallibility. The next time she approached her daughter about her room, instead of a lecture, she started with, "You know, honey, I remember how hard it was for me to keep my room tidy when I was your age. Sometimes I still struggle with getting things done. What makes it so difficult for you right now?" This small shift, born of humility and self-awareness, transformed the conversation from a judgmental confrontation into an empathetic dialogue, allowing for genuine solutions to emerge. Psychologically, this principle combats the tendency towards projection, attributing our own undesirable thoughts, feelings, or impulses to another person. It also counters the Dunning-Kruger effect, where individuals with low ability at a task overestimate their own ability. By acknowledging our own flaws, we become less prone to self-righteousness and more open to understanding the complex motivations behind others' actions. It cultivates self-compassion, which is a powerful precursor to compassion for others. When we can extend grace to ourselves, we are far more capable of extending it to others, recognizing that we are all, in essence, works in progress. This radical empathy, seeing a piece of ourselves in every perceived other, is a cornerstone of genuine human connection. For your final 2 days, commit to a daily humility reflection. At the end of each day, take a moment to honestly consider one mistake you made, one area where you fell short, or one time you felt imperfect. Don't dwell on it with self-recrimination, but simply acknowledge it. Then, when you find yourself forming a critical thought about someone else, pause and deliberately seek out a parallel within your own experience. Ask yourself, where have I struggled with something similar? What were my motivations then? What compassion would I have wished for myself? This isn't about excusing bad behavior, but about fostering understanding and seeking constructive solutions rather than immediate condemnation. It's about remembering that the line between us and them is often far blurrier than we are. Summary: the core of the wisdom. Welcome back, dear listener, as we draw this enlightening journey through the profound wisdom of Father Brown to a close. Over these 282 minutes, we haven't merely solved a dozen intricate mysteries, we've embarked on a far deeper exploration of what it truly means to be human. We've traversed the shadowy alleyways of crime and the intricate labyrinths of the human heart, guided by the most unassuming yet acutely perceptive of detectives. Our overarching themes, woven through every intricate plot and every quiet revelation, have been empathy, humility, and the inexhaustible complexities of human nature itself. It's a testament to Chesterton's genius that these simple virtues become the most potent tools for unraveling the deepest enigmas. Think for a moment about empathy, that profound ability to step into another's shoes, even the shoes of a perpetrator. Father Brown rarely needed elaborate forensic tools or dramatic chase scenes. Instead, his primary instrument was his imaginative sympathy, his capacity to mentally inhabit the mind of the criminal. He understood the temptation, the desperation, the twisted logic, not because he condoned it, but because he intimately knew the human soul's capacity for both immense good and profound error. He wasn't afraid to confront the darkness within, precisely because he recognized its potential for redemption, a theme we'll return to shortly. His humility, on the other hand, was his quiet strength, a subtle yet powerful force. He never sought glory, never boasted of his intellect, never grandstanded. He simply observed, listened, and understood, allowing the truth to reveal itself through patient, non-judgmental insight. This remarkable lack of ego allowed him to see past the smoke and mirrors of human vanity, social convention, and outward appearances, directly to the raw, often vulnerable, core of the problem, whether it was a hidden motive or a crucial piece of overlooked character. And human nature? Ah, that has been the grand stage for all our dramas, hasn't it? From the seemingly impossible vanishing act to the subtle poisoning, every mystery has been a testament to the unpredictable, often paradoxical, tapestry of human desires, fears, and moral struggles. Now, let us synthesize the profound lessons gleaned from these 12 compelling mysteries into a cohesive philosophy. What we've learned, above all else, is that crime often stems not just from external circumstances or a simple desire for gain, but from a flawed, often deeply troubled, human psychology. The paradox of evil, as Father Brown repeatedly demonstrates, often hides in plain sight, disguised by respectability, irrational seeming motives, or the sheer unexpectedness of its source. It is the consistency of human moral struggle that forms the bedrock of his understanding. Take, for instance, the case of the Invisible Man. The killer wasn't a spectral figure, but someone so utterly mundane, so intentionally overlooked, that they became literally invisible to those around them. This speaks volumes about our human tendency to categorize, to dismiss, and to make assumptions based on superficiality. Or consider The Secret Garden, where the motive for murder was so deeply personal, so entwined with social expectation and hidden resentment, that it remained obscured from conventional police investigation. A real-world parallel to this philosophy might be found in historical analyses of seemingly inexplicable events. Often, when we look back at moments of human folly or cruelty, we tend to search for grand, sweeping conspiracies or monstrous villains. Yet, a deeper psychological analysis often reveals that the root causes were surprisingly mundane: fear, envy, a desperate need for belonging, a misinterpreted slight, or simply a profound failure of imagination and empathy. Why does this matter psychologically? Because we, as humans, are predisposed to seek logical, straightforward explanations. Our brains crave patterns and predictability. When faced with something that defies our immediate understanding, we often either overcomplicate it or dismiss it, rather than delving into the uncomfortable truths of human irrationality or the banality of evil. We expect grand motives for grand crimes, when often the trigger is something profoundly human and relatable, albeit twisted and amplified by circumstance. So, what steps can you take, dear listener? Challenge your initial assumptions. Look beyond the obvious, the sensational headline. Ask yourself what seemingly insignificant human emotion or motivation could be at play. Cultivate a deeper awareness of the myriad ways human beings rationalize their actions, even the most indefensible ones. This brings us to our second core insight. True deduction comes from understanding the human soul, not just footprints in the mud or scattered physical clues. While forensic science has its place, Father Brown's unique method transcends it. He doesn't just look for external evidence, he recreates the internal state, the emotional turmoil, the ethical dilemma, the very spirit of the perpetrator. He doesn't just solve the puzzle of how the crime was committed, he solves the infinitely more complex puzzle of why. He metaphorically becomes the criminal in his mind, not to condone their actions, but to understand the precipice from which they fell. Think of the sign of the broken sword. Father Brown doesn't get distracted by the sensational tales of heroism or the dramatic battle accounts. He drills down into the character, the deeply ingrained beliefs, the personal history, and the moral compromises of those involved. He doesn't need to see the sword break to know why it might have been broken by a certain type of person under specific, overwhelming psychological pressure. He understands the internal landscape that led to the external act. As a storytelling example, consider how many great writers or playwrights craft compelling villains not as caricatures of evil, but as individuals driven by understandable, albeit dark, motivations. Think of Shakespeare's Iago, whose malevolence stems from a deeply wounded ego and envy, not just a desire to be evil for evil's sake. The psychological analysis here is crucial. It highlights the inherent limitations of purely empirical, external observation when dealing with human action. Human behavior is fundamentally driven by internal states, beliefs, desires, fears, values, and a complex moral compass, that often leave no physical trace but are profoundly manifest in actions. Understanding motivation and the internal narrative of an individual unlocks the understanding of the act itself in a way no mere collection of facts ever could. How can you apply this in your own life? When faced with a puzzling situation involving people, especially those that seem irrational or illogical, ask why, more diligently than how. Try to inhabit the perspective of others, even those you profoundly disagree with, to understand their driving forces. Develop your powers of observation not just of what people do, but of what they seem to feel, and what internal logic might be governing their choices. Finally, despite the often dark landscape of crime and human failing, Father Brown always holds out a profoundly uplifting thought: the possibility of redemption and the power of understanding. His wisdom is never cynical, it is deeply compassionate, reflecting a profound call to action: continue the investigation. Welcome back, dear listener. We've journeyed together through the labyrinthine corridors of human nature, guided by the unassuming wisdom of Father Brown. We've unraveled seemingly impossible crimes, peered into the darker recesses of the soul, and emerged, hopefully, with a deeper appreciation for the profound complexities that lie beneath the surface of everyday life. This has been a truly remarkable intellectual adventure, hasn't it? As the final echoes of our latest mystery fade, you might feel a lingering sense of satisfaction, perhaps even a touch of intrigue, wondering what further insights and enigmas await. But the investigation, my friends, is far from over. In fact, it's just beginning in a new and exciting way. This isn't merely the end of an audiobook, it's an invitation, a call to action, to continue your engagement with these timeless stories, with the brilliant mind of G.K. Chesterton, and indeed, with the wider community of fellow seekers and thinkers who appreciate the subtle art of detection and the profound depths of human psychology. Our goal now is to encourage you, our valued listener, to engage further, to delve deeper, and to become an active participant in the ongoing legacy of Father Brown. Think of it not as closing a book, but as opening a new chapter, one where your voice and your experiences play a crucial role. For the true wisdom gleaned from Father Brown isn't just in solving a puzzle, it's in the quiet reflection, the shared understanding, and the continuous exploration of what makes us human. And what could be more human than to share our discoveries, to connect over shared passions, and to anticipate the next thrilling journey? So, let us embark on this final segment not as a conclusion, but as a deliberate and thoughtful continuation of the profound intellectual journey we've undertaken. Let's transform passive listening into active participation, making your engagement a vibrant part of this enduring literary tapestry. First, let's talk about the simple, yet incredibly powerful act of sharing your voice. We've all been captivated by stories that lodge themselves deep within our minds, don't we? Stories that make us ponder, question, or simply marvel at their ingenuity. For many of us, the mysteries of Father Brown have done just that, offering not just puzzles to solve, but profound philosophical insights into good, evil, and the human condition. So, as you reflect on the cases we've explored, the characters we've met, and the unique wisdom Father Brown so quietly imparts, we cordially invite you to contribute your thoughts, your favorite moments, and your unique perspective by leaving a review. Imagine for a moment, a flickering gaslight illuminating a bustling street corner in an old European city. A detective, perhaps, is poring over a clue, piecing together fragments of a larger truth. Now, picture yourself as a fellow investigator, but instead of physical evidence, you're sifting through your memories of the wisdom of Father Brown. Which particular mystery stood out to you? Was it the audacious cleverness of the man in the passage, or the chilling psychological portrait painted in The God of the Gongs? Perhaps a specific line of dialogue, a particular insight from Father Brown, resonated with you on a deeply personal level, illuminating a corner of your own understanding of the world. Sharing this favorite mystery in a review is like sharing a prized piece of evidence with fellow enthusiasts. It's not just about a star rating, it's about telling a story within a story, a testament to the profound impact these narratives have had on you. Perhaps you found yourself marveling at how Father Brown, through his deep understanding of human sin and redemption, consistently saw beyond the obvious, piercing through layers of deception with almost supernatural clarity. What aspect of his method, or a specific case, solidified your appreciation for his unique brand of detective work? From a psychological perspective, the act of leaving a review is far more significant than it might initially appear. It taps into several fundamental human needs and desires. Firstly, there's the innate human desire for contribution and validation. We are social creatures, and we yearn to feel that our experiences and opinions matter, that our voice is heard. A review offers a direct channel for this. When you share your favorite mystery and explain why it resonated with you, you're not just providing feedback, you're contributing to a collective tapestry of appreciation. You're saying, "This story moved me, and I want others to know why." This act of articulation also serves a cognitive function. To coherently express why a particular mystery appealed to you requires a degree of introspection and synthesis. It forces you to revisit the narrative, analyze its elements, and distill its essence, thereby deepening your own understanding and memory of the content. It solidifies your own intellectual engagement with the material. Furthermore, reviews serve a crucial role in the social proof phenomenon. In an age of overwhelming choices, we often look to the experiences of others to guide our own decisions. Your review acts as a beacon for potential new listeners, a personal recommendation from someone who has walked the path before them. A thoughtful review, detailing your favorite mystery and the specific reasons behind your choice, is infinitely. This act of sharing creates common ground, providing a shared experience that can lead to deeper conversations, mutual discovery, and a stronger sense of camaraderie. It's a powerful affirmation of shared values and interests. Secondly, there's the aspect of group validation and affiliation. We are often drawn to others who share our interests. By sharing this audiobook, you're not only giving a gift of entertainment but also initiating a shared intellectual pursuit. Discussing the intricacies of Father Brown's psychological insights with a friend who appreciates such depth not only reinforces your own positive experience but also allows for a collaborative exploration of its themes. It's an opportunity to pool your interpretations, to see nuances you might have missed, and to collectively marvel at Chesterton's brilliance. This shared reflection amplifies the enjoyment and the wisdom derived from the stories. It's a testament to the fact that great literature often sparkles even brighter when held up to the light of shared discussion. Furthermore, there's a delightful human impulse to evangelize when we discover something truly exceptional. When a story, a piece of music, or an audiobook profoundly moves us, there's an almost innate urge to share that experience, to ensure that others don't miss out on something so valuable. It's a generous act, born from genuine enthusiasm. And in the context of Father Brown, where the mysteries are often more about the exploration of human psychology and morality than mere physical clues, sharing it with a friend who appreciates these dimensions becomes an even richer exchange. You're not just offering a diversion, you're offering a key to deeper understanding, a lens through which to view human behavior with renewed insight. So, how can you practically apply this? It's simpler than you might think. Most audiobook platforms have a prominent share button or function, often depicted by an arrow or a trio of dots. By clicking this, you can easily send a direct link to the audiobook via email, text message, or social media. But beyond the mechanics, think about the person. Who is that friend in your life who delves into the motivations of characters in thrillers, who dissects ethical dilemmas in historical dramas, or who always has a fascinating theory about human behavior? That's your target listener. When you share it, accompany the link with a personal message. Don't just send it blankly. Say something like, "I just finished The Wisdom of Father Brown and I couldn't stop thinking about how much you'd appreciate Father Brown's unique approach to solving crimes, often by understanding the psychology of the sinner rather than just the crime itself." It's incredibly thought-provoking and right up your alley, given your interest in human psychology. Or, remember how we were discussing the subtlety of motive in that last true crime podcast? This audiobook takes that to another level. You absolutely have to listen to The Eye of Apollo. It's a masterclass in psychological detection. This personal touch makes all the difference, transforming a simple link into a genuine recommendation from one discerning mind to another. It ignites curiosity and provides a context that makes the shared experience much more meaningful. Finally, having explored the profound wisdom contained within The Wisdom of Father Brown, you may find yourself, as many do, with an insatiable appetite for more. Isn't it a delightful feeling when you discover an author whose world you wish to inhabit for much longer? This leads us to our third, and perhaps most anticipated, call to action. Continue your investigation by delving into the next audiobook in the Father Brown series. Think of it as the ultimate cliffhanger, but without the agonizing weight. You've forged a connection with Father Brown, a quiet, unassuming priest with an uncanny ability to perceive the true nature of evil and the complex motivations behind it. You've grown accustomed to his gentle wisdom, his profound empathy, and his startling revelations. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you found value, meaning, or inspiration in this journey, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter. Your support helps us bring more timeless classics to life. See you in the next reading.